If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello, I'm Adelle Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking tip, top tip, is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Good morning, good morning. It is a lovely morning, it's a Saturday. I'm not usually here on a Saturday and it's fabulous. I came in and it was crisp and cold outside, but hopefully it's going to get warmer. But they do say there's going to be showers, so stay in, watch TV instead. Now, we have a challenge for you this morning. We want to know how many sewing machines, and you can include overlockers as well, how many sewing machines and overlockers do you have? Let's see who's got the most. I've got quite a few. But first of all, let's look at our early bird offer. This is an amazing offer, it really, really is. Can we hear the tweets? Just like to hear those little tweets going on. Look what I have here. I have got a pack which has got both dressmaking shears and pinking shears in it. Both pairs for £9.99. Now, we have actually had these before at £19.99. We have offered them at less than that, but we've never, ever, ever offered them at this price of £9.99. And I'm going to show you how great they are. These are the dressmaking shears, soft touch handles, so it's nice to use. Now these are 25cm blades, and look, I don't want to cut the actual thread, let me cut this side. Look how easy. So I am cutting through some faux leather and some wadding here with ease. It really is cutting nice and easily. I'm just going to see whether they're easy to cut with the left hand as well. Now, No, I can't cut with the left hand, but then that's because I'm awkward. No, so definitely right-handed. Nice and easy to cut. Even if you've got a good pair of dressmaking shears and you've got your pinking shears, these are still worth getting, they really are, because they blunt, scissors blunt. You can also keep different scissors for different things. So I have about 3 or 4 pairs of pinking shears and of dressmaking shears. You don't necessarily need that many, but a couple of pairs is always good. And of course it's a great gift if you want to get somebody started. Look how easy that's cutting through. Oh right, so Hayley's saying she's got some really expensive pinking shears which were £30. This is £9.99 for both pairs. It's unbelievable. So these aren't too heavy to cut. They're nice and they've got nice blades, and of course you can't really sharpen pinking shears, so they do blunt over time. But look, I mean, not that I would ever necessarily pink the edges of a faux leather because you don't need to, but it is even cutting through this with these. So pinking shears are brilliant for neatening the raw edges rather than having to do stitching on the raw edges. You can just use pinking shears instead, and then that saves you having to worry about neatening your edges or them fraying away. So it's one price for today only, these 2 pairs of scissors. They will then go back up to £19.99. So this is our special offer. And of course, once you've opened your basket, and do check out, because we will have a limited number of these, and once they're gone, they're gone. Do check out, but don't worry about it, because once you've checked out and you've paid your £2.95, that £3.95 even, that will last all day. So when you buy something else later on today, you don't pay any more P&P. So 2 really fabulous pairs here. And as I said, I've just cut through leather with a nice, it's like a bosal wadding on the underside of that. I've just cut through that easily. They feel great to hold. You've got an angled blade there, 25cm long blade, so nice long cuts. And once you've got these, you put them away from the kitchen. You keep them away from the kitchen, away from the family. Nobody else is allowed to use them. These are your dressmaking shears. Do not cut the bacon, Mel. You don't always have to pay lots of money for good quality, and it is always worth having a second pair, because I say different fabrics will blunt scissors more easily. And so sometimes it's good to have a pair that you keep for your best fabrics, for your silky, shiny fabrics, chiffons, etc. And then you can have another pair for woolens and things. And don't use them for cutting paper, because they will blunt. So well done everybody that's already got those. So don't forget, this is £9.99 rather than £19.99. We have had them a bit cheaper before, which is why we're saying you're saving £5. Because we have done them at £12.99 before, but this time, £14.99. This is the first time that they are £9.99. So it's under £10 for 2 pairs of scissors. And they come nicely packaged together, which means that you've got a lovely little gift if you want to give them to somebody too. But that's not all we've got. This early in the morning, we have got the fabric panel, our panel of the week. So this panel of the week here, this time it is 4 fat quarters on a panel. They're huge fat quarters. I mean, fat quarters and a bit really, because this is obviously so a fat quarter basically is 1/4 metre, and because this fabric is very wide, you have huge fat quarters, and it's floral. This is 2 of them. So you can see here, so it's a little floral fabric. In fact, it's probably better if I go like that with it, and you can see it up the right way. So that's 2. See how big these are? So this is £14.99, and after tomorrow, it will be, how much will it be after tomorrow? £19.99 after tomorrow, £19.99. And this is the other half, look. I say the other half, but look at that, huge fat quarters. I can measure the panels for you. Actually, I can tell you what they are. They're 70 by 50 centimetres. It's printed on the top. Hayley's just given me a tape measure, but it is printed on the top there. So they're 70 by 50. So 50 is the ½ metre, 70 is the width. So you're getting 4 of those on this one panel. So really big. I mean, they're virtually twice the size. Look at that. Look at the pretty ones there. So these really would, and it's this nice, it's printed especially for us, remember. And after Sunday midnight, it will go up if there are any left. So you've got these 4 lovely pieces all on the one panel. It's designed just for us, not just printed for us, it's designed for us. So really I'm just sort of showing them because they look beautiful, and you can use these for quilting patchwork, of course. You can use them as linings, as backings for cushion covers, as lining for bag. Good quality, nice cotton, but it's quite a sturdy weight. Really pretty. This is a nice way of putting a fancy lining in, not just plain. Use something pretty instead, and there's plenty there to do. Or as I say, cushion backs, because it is a nice cotton. Lots you can do with that. Now let's just have a look at the website so we can remind people, especially the new people here, on how that you can shop with us. So we are sewingstreet.co.uk or .com. .com, I should know that. Sewingstreet.com, and you can click on live, watch live, and once you've clicked on watch live, it takes you through to the videos and all of the things that you can pre-order. So everything that we have on the shows today, you can pre-order. But you have to click on the pre-order button, as you can see, and then everything's there coming up. Now what we have got is we've got lots of lovely fabrics in this first hour and going on further, but we're going to show some of these fabrics as just bundles, and some of them will be in ½ meters as well. So I'll tell you that as we get to them. We've got some fantastic fabrics for you. But let's look at the actual menu. So we start with fabulous fabrics, as I've just said, and then at 9 o'clock we're going to the Safiya trousers and dungarees with Adelle Rowland. Now we've just seen her on the show. This is her wearing these lovely dungarees, and they come from Tilly and the Buttons book. So we're going to have a good look at those, and she's going to give us some tips on how to actually make them. And then we have more fabric collections. So these are collections at 10 o'clock. Some fabric collections from Liberty, from William Morris, etc. Some really fabulous collections. And then we're back at 11 with another pattern brand. This is Sussex Seamstress patterns with Adelle, and she's going to show us 2 garments. This is a lovely little top that you can make with chiffon, and the detail is in the sleeve. And then this is another pattern here, which has got the gathering on the top, sleeveless one. I think Adelle's going to wear that when she comes in. And then we also have this skirt, which Mark has done before. So this is a really lovely skirt, all by Sussex Seamstress. So and she's going to show some tips on how to complete that skirt nice and easily. So nice, easy patterns to sew. Lots of dressmaking tips coming. And then at 12 o'clock, we're over to Yarn Lane, and we've got the most cutest crochet animal toys with Vanessa Winwood. So these are really sweet. They're sort of flat toys, but they're crochet. They're really absolutely gorgeous, lovely for babies and toddlers. So let's start the day as we mean to go on, having a look at some fabulous fabrics. This is the first. This is a brand new floral collection. It's called Wild Flower, and there's 10 really beautiful designs. It's ½ metre of each one in a bundle. Look at that, they are ½ metres. So it's 67.41, brand new today. Beautiful print, lovely cotton fabric. It's a beautiful quality. This is a fabric from, it's called Wild Flower, and it's Wyndham Fabrics. So it's a well-known brand of fabric. Is it Wyndham? Wyndham. See, wind and wind, it's the same thing, isn't it? Yes, anyway. So it's this beautiful print. Look at this lovely print here, this green. So it's a really lovely soft fabric. These, I mean, they sort of, to me, they cry out dressmaking or kimono or anything like that. But you can use them for whatever you like. You haven't got to be limited by anything like that. So homeware would be great in this too. Really beautiful. So it's from Bayham. So that's sort of the owner company, and they've been going for at least 60 years, and they're just well known for their beautiful, good quality fabrics. But this is Wyndham or Windham. Let's know which way it should be pronounced. So that's the green. So you're getting all of these in this bundle. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we've got a message about the sewing machine. Hi, Wendy. I have 6 faff embroidery. Oh, I have 6 faff. Do you mean 6 machines? Just embroidery machine, a really old faff, a brother, a Toyota, a Janome air thread overlocker. Oh, sorry, just banged in the studio. Oh yes, well that sounds great. So, embroidery machine, old faff, brother, Toyota, Janome and a Janome air threader. You're doing well. Is somebody going to beat you? So this is by Sharon. What have I got? Let me think. So yes, I've got a Janome embroidery machine, a brother general machine, a brother quicker machine, a brother smaller machine. I've got Janome overlocker, brother overlocker, Toyota overlocker. I think I'm beating you by 1. Oh, and an embellish machine. I think I'm beating you by 1, Sharon. I used to have 15. Anyway, back to these fabrics. We're going to show them all individually. So this is the bundle, £67.41 for the bundle of 10 half metres, which means you're getting 5 metres for that price. That's really quite good. The first one on the pile is the teal. This is the one I just showed you. So it's £7.49 for the half metre, but this of course means that you can now buy multiples. So if you wanted to buy 3 metres to make a dress, you would just put in 6 units to make 3 metres. Saturday, remember, it's Saturday. So you'd put in 6 units to make a dress. So it's £7.49 for half a metre. You know, it's under £16 a metre. So they have really got amazing colours in this. So this is just the teal. And look at all the different colours coming in, all those beautiful flowers. Really, really lovely. This would make such a lovely garment. But it also would make, I mean, it'd be superb for like cushion covers for the garden as well. And then we have, so we're going from one extreme to another. This is sort of, it's a lilac-y colour. The code is FHU134. This is the lilac colour, isn't that beautiful? I'm just going to move those out of the way so you haven't got a big lump in the middle of it. Oh, we've called it mauve. It's very nice. So this is much more subtle and delicate, but the same beautiful design. All brand new today. Oh, it's called wildflowers. Don't ask me to, I don't know flowers. I do have a garden now, but no, I'm not any good at flowers. This is really beautiful. I love all these flowers and all the depths of colour in that. It just feels like it's been painted. Very lovely. So this is the purple or mauve. We're going to fly through these because we have got so many other beautiful fabrics to show you. Oh, we have got some William Morris back in today. We've also got some cotton and linen mix, which are absolutely superb. This is coral. 141 is the code, yeah. Look at this, and look at these. Now this one's a different print. It's got these like really little flowers in it as well. Lovely quality cotton again. I'm going to, as I go through these, I'm going to say which is my personal favourite. Not that that should influence you at all. And you've got to see whether you can guess which is going to be my personal favourite. I don't know yet, to be honest with you. But this is beautiful, isn't it? So this has got a sort of coral background. Very lovely. It's a different design to the last two. It's a different design because it's got these little flowers on it. They're sort of more smaller flowers. I've no idea what they are. Anybody can tell us, please feel free to do so. But it's very pretty. And I like the way it's kind of all over, so I can turn it round and it doesn't really matter which way up you have it. Because it's all over really, which is always useful. And the next one, so we're back to this really big print. I'm just going to have a look at the code. Yes, it's this. Look, I love this colour. So again, you've got these lovely flowers. Is this the same as this one? I think it is. It's very similar. Well, it's not the same. It's, oh, I don't know, maybe it is. Yes, it is. So it's the same as the lilac-y mauve one and the teal, but the colour, it just looks different because the colours are really bold. Really pretty. So you could definitely use this in quilting as well, and you could fussy cut a section of it. Oh, we have another message here. Hi, I have 7 machines, 1 overlocker, 1 Joni, a mother, Elna, 1 other make, plus a hand-cranked singer, wow, and an electric vintage singer. That's Mrs. Oh, just Miss. Oh, is it Ainsley? Ainsley. Oh, it's cut. Oh, sorry we cut your name off at the end there, but yeah, that's good. I like the fact you've got a vintage one. Does the vintage one still sew, or is it purely for decoration? I did have a vintage one, which was, it was going to be a project. I was going to repair it. Oh, Sharon knows her wildflowers. Oh, dog rose on the coral. Ah, that's a dog rose on that coral. Isn't it awful? We should know our flowers, shouldn't we? I love the colours on this one. I love the selvage as well. Cut the selvages off and keep them. You never know when you might be able to make a project with those. So here we are with this one. Yes, 135 is the code. So again, so this is going back to the same. So this is our dog roses. Ha, I now know. This is dog roses. So this is more like an ecru background. What have we called this one? Almond. Almond. I've got Hayley in my ear saying that it's almond. It's almond. It's tomato, not tomato. So this is that lovely print again. Very pretty, very fresh. Lovely and fresh for summer. It has that really sort of, and this again, the quality of the fabric is beautiful. Lovely soft cotton. This is our almond. And then, oh goodness, which one is going to be my favourite? This is Hayley's favourite. This is on spruce. So we sort of seem to have like two different patterns, but all of these colours, and it's really beautiful as a collection because they will mix and match beautifully. You can put them together. If you're thinking patchwork and quilting and things, you can actually put these together because they will go beautifully together. But I'm trying to keep them together in their little print. So this is this lovely green spruce. And again, it has that lovely cotton feel. It is cotton, but it's a lovely soft feel to it. It's sort of like a medium weight cotton. Now, talking about sewing machines, oh yes, the Juki DX8. Now, this is the one that Gary was on the show demonstrating the other day. It is back in stock. Now this is a super duper all singing and dancing sewing machine. It really is absolutely fabulous. Do have a look on the website if you're interested in a super duper all singing and dancing sewing machine. It's UX8, it's the UX8 model, and it was on, what day was it on the show? So on Thursday last week, which was the 8th. So it was the 8th. So if you want to have a look at the demo that Gary has done, it would be on the YouTube. It was at 11 AM. But it's a fabulous machine, and it is back in stock, which is really unusual at the moment. As we all know, sewing machines are like gold dust, aren't they? So here we have this print, the bigger flower print here in the white, which is, no, 145 this is. So it's got blues and mustards in it. So this is very pretty, really gorgeous. Again, lovely fresh colour. It has sort of a hint of Laura Ashley in it. It's very timeless. I can see a lovely flowy dress in that. We have 3 more of this. So this is, again, this is on a green, this is on an olive. I like this, the dark colour like that just makes those colours really shine out, doesn't it? So what have we called this one? Wildflower Coral Charm on Olive. Very lovely, very pretty. I love the way the colours really boom out of there. Oh God, on Facebook I've got somebody which she's got, so Ruth says she's got 5 machines. This is great. I love that. So Ruth, 5 machines. Somebody's got 10. No. Samantha Dunning has 10. Now that's greedy. I think it's amazing. I did have 15, so I can't really be rude about that, can I? Well, you know. But I did get rid of them when I moved because I thought I really don't need that many machines. So look at this one. This is on a rusty background. Well, often the sewing machine, you know, it's not, the second-hand value is never that good, and then they're quite good to use for different things. So if you're doing a lot of free motion, for instance, you might leave one machine set up for that. And then if you want to do bobbin work, which is when you have your decorative thread in the bobbin and you work upside down, so all the pretty stuff is going on underneath, you want to adjust the bobbin tension. Well, you don't want to do that on your main machine because you will ruin your bobbin tension. So you have, yeah, I mean, you can actually just get a second bobbin casing, or you can have another machine for it. Just giving an excuse for having all these machines. Anyway, here we've got this one here. This is sort of a rust red, a rusty red. But again, this print really pops out at you on that rusty red. And then we've got one more, which is on the white. So we've got the print here on the white. Look at this. So I think that is beautiful. I think this is my favourite. Left it till last. It's very pretty. It's not the usual sort of bright colours that I like because they're more muted colours on the white. But I think as a fabric for a summer dress or a summer kimono or something like that, I think it's a beautiful, fresh looking one whenever we do get a summer. We can make it for next year when we get a summer. Now, we did mention that we had some William Morris. So the William Morris are extra wide. They were delivered to us yesterday. We have, really are hot off the press, we have 3 beautiful extra wide William Morris fabrics. This is the first time we've offered you William Morris in the extra wide backing. And they're beautiful prints. I'm going to start with this one. Now, we haven't got a lot of these, but they are seriously extra wide, which means, so that's half the width. I can't open it fully wide because I can't stretch that far. But if if I show you what I mean, look, that's... So they are 108 inches, which is 2 metres 74 centimetres. So nearly 3 metres wide. So 2 metres 74 centimetres wide. Let's have a look at this price. £12.99. So this is for half a metre, but don't forget it's half a metre by that width. So it's hugely wide. So if you wanted to buy a metre, you'd be getting a metre times 2.74 metres. So, well, you know, which starts feeling crazy at the price. And it's this lovely, lovely design. I love the fact, because a lot of the time when you get backing fabrics, they're plain, or maybe a little self pattern. But isn't this glorious? And it's these leaves, and because we call them backing because of the width of it. But you could do curtains, you could do duvet covers, you could do the backs of quilts with it, you could make cushion covers with it, you could actually make a dress if you wanted. And I do like the way that the print is an all over print. I keep knocking my glasses, I'm going to put them down there. So it's like an all over print. So Hayley's just Googling William Morris fabrics. Oh, beds, oh, actual finished made duvets and things. This is so lovely. So this goes anyway. Now half the stock of this one has already sold out. It is, as I said, it's 108 inches wide, or in new money 2.74 metres, so 2 metres and 74 centimetres wide. If you thought you'd like to wake up in a William Morris bedroom, you're going to have to pay a lot of money to make your own bed covers. So £220 for a quilted throw. And all of you out there could make that yourself easily. You really could. And if you bought a metre, so in other words 2 times half metres, that would be £26 of the fabric, and that would make you a nice big throw, which would be 2.74 by a metre. So by 2 metres, and you're still quids in, as they would say. You've got the wadding and the other backing, of course, but you have so much here. It's lovely. We honestly thought we double checked the price when we saw it this morning, because we thought it would be at least $14.99. Now we have 2 more. So if you're not into these bold colours here on this one, we have another design. The other one. So this is a cream. So if you want the backing, you want this as backing, and you want it to be a little bit more subtle, a little bit more subdued. Look at this. Don't get me on. We're just... Hayley's going to come out, so she's going to hold the other end of this, just so we can show you just how long it is. Hold on, let me throw the other end at you.
Thank you.
So you still can't get all of us in the shop. I go this way a bit. She doesn't want to be in the shop. That's how wide it is. It's silly wide, isn't it? There's a little hand coming in. Isn't that incredible?
Beautiful. Big bold print.
It's a lovely big bold print. Really lovely bold print here. I think there is a right and wrong way up. Is there right and wrong way up? Yeah, I think, not sure. Always like to look to see that, because it does make a difference. These flowers all seem to be up the same way, so I think there is. But really lovely. So this would make, I mean, again, you could make curtains out of this. It would be lovely. So this is the sort of neutral colours. And we don't know, we think this is just these 3, and they're new for us today, and we're not sure we're going to get any more. Just saying. So this is £12.99 for the half metre, but do remember you can buy a metre or 2 metres just by adding the units to your basket. So looking at curtains, for instance. So these are pencil pleat curtains. Does it say what width they are? Because that 150 would be the narrowest, I bet. That actually isn't even William Morris, it's just a looky-likey. So no, don't worry about that one. But you know, so the curtains would look lovely in this. I love this one as well. So it's that same print again, but this time it's got this sort of russet red design. So £12.99. So really lovely. It's good quality. It's a nice sort of medium to heavyweight cotton. So it would hang and drape beautifully, but also make a lovely backing to a quilt, hence being called backing fabric. But I can imagine like a bench seat covered in something like this as well. So really beautiful prints. Oh. So this is just to make sure you've got the right code for this one. So this is the code for this one. So it's that lovely print again, but this time it's got this russet red coming out at you. Oh, so Hayley's got a little quote on curtains to share with us. These are William Morris curtains. That's the width. So it's the same width that we're offering. So 2 units of those, £310. Now they're lined and they're already made for you, but even so, if you wanted to do the same thing, it'd be so much cheaper, so much cheaper. And making curtains is not difficult, it really is easy to do. Basically it's straight lines, isn't it? So we've sold a lot of William Morris quilt kits recently, but they don't come with the backing. So if you've bought one of the William Morris quilt kits and you're looking for backing, one of these 3 might be the perfect answer for you. They're really beautiful, lovely quality fabric. There is still availability in all 3, but the first one, the very colourful one, this one here, is limited. So do be aware of that. The Life's Recipe Bundle. This is new to us today. And what we have here, you're getting 4 half meters, sort of in coordinating black and whites, and a panel. And this panel, it's a really cute panel. Oh, let's put it up the right way. So it has these little recipes. So recipes of love, ingredients of happiness, key to success, secret of friendship. So the secret for friendship is 1 bag of listening, 2 cups of respect, 1 ounce of trust, 1 pinch of caring, 1 cup of good times. It's so sweet, isn't it? What was the one of love that you didn't agree with the quantities here, did you, Emma? 2 cups of laughter, 1 dash of happiness, 1 pack of respect, 2 pounds of tenderness, 1 cup of date nights. I think it was the only 1 cup of date nights she was querying. Didn't think that was enough. Want a few more of those. They're just silly little things, but it's fun. And you could, I see that as the front of a recipe book, for instance. Can you imagine covering a recipe book? If you've got your own recipes, I keep a book of my own recipes, which I have, cut out from magazines and things, and create a book to put that on the cover of it. Or you could do a really nice little pinny. These could be pockets. The smaller ones could be the pockets, the bigger one could be the bib. So you could have a really nice little apron, and then you can use some of the coordinating pieces that we've got in the bundle to add the other elements of your apron or pinny or book cover, etc. So some really fun things. Or a cover for some of your machines, if you've got machines like a mixing machine, etc. We'd like to have had it made up by a designer to show you some ideas, but we just didn't have enough to do that. So we wanted to be able to show you the whole panel. But it's coming with these. So this is the whole bundle for £29.99. You get you get that little panel we've just seen, not little, big panel we've just seen, and these 4 pieces. So firstly we've got this, it reminds me like of a chef's hat, this. is probably why we've got it here, look. It's a bit blurry on the... So basically it's a little tiny checkerboard and it's black and white, but it does make your eyes go wee when you look at it on a screen. It does strobe a bit, but very nice, black and white. And then we have the same pattern, but in a grey and black. So it is 100% cotton. So as I'm saying, what you could do is you could have, you've got your apron, and that bit could be the bottom and that could be the top. And then you could have some of the other patches on the panel as pockets. That's if you do an apron, or as I say, you can do a cover for your appliances. A bag, if you make your own bread, you can have a bread bag. It keeps the bread nice and fresh. Always make my own bread, no, never. Well, to be honest with you, my ex-husband used to make his own bread, and I have to say he made superb bread, he really did. But it's not necessarily that good for you, is it? I mean, oh, does he? Ian in the office, I have to make him make some when I'm in next. We've also coordinated those two prints with two plains. So we've got a plain white and a plain black. This is all for £29.99. So you're getting 2 meters and the panel for £29.99. And you can get all of these individually as well. So just go through these quickly individually because we've got so much more. I love the linen. We've got linen and cotton. It's beautiful. This is the panel. So it's quite a nice big panel. I mean, you could even, you know, you could even make pinboard. So can you imagine if you just put that, pad it, and then put that on a board, and then crisscross it with ribbons like that, and then you can tuck recipes and messages and things in. We do see this sort of thing sold at craft fairs, don't we? So it's really nice. And as I say, little ones, little messages, they could be framed. Oh, secret of key to success. 1 tablespoon of hope, 2 ounces of energy, 1 packet of positivity, 1 pinch of focus, and 2 cups of leadership. Yes, personally, I think it might need about 4 ounces of energy. I think it needs to be a bit more energy, and 2 packs of positivity, and more focus. Well, we can double up the recipe, can't we? Do a bigger quantity to be extra successful. Now we've got the 2 checkerboards. We are limited on this collection, which is a fun collection to have, especially if you're thinking of making something for the chef in your family. So this is the grey background. I'm only going to open it halfway because it's making my eyes fuzzy. It doesn't normally affect me, but I've just got a bit of a migraine lurking, so I've taken some tablets, but I don't want to look at fuzzy fabric. So I've just opened it that much. I mean, you can all look, I'm looking away. You can all look at this. don't put the camera on me. I'm looking away from the fabric. And the next one. So this again, so this is the same sort of print, but it's white and black. It's quite a cute little print. I can definitely see all the accessories in this. So you can do like a bread bag, you can do a chef's hat, his apron, be good for him indoors. And then we have the white and the black. So this is our lovely Rose and Hubble quality fabric here. I know the time's really rushing by and we've got lots more to show you. So we've got a blue collection here called Dance Moves. Now there's 6 in the collection, but we are also doing them all by the ½ metre. Oh, so we haven't got a collection, they are just by the ½ metre. So let's do this. I think this is, I don't know, this or this one's my favourite. Not sure. This reminds me of a swimming pool in the Mediterranean. Can you imagine all the little tiles in the swimming pool? What is it called, Mosaic? What's it called? This is actually Dance Moves. It's a Free Spirit fabric, so we know that's a good quality. $7.49 for a ½ metre, lovely quality. Look, it gathers beautifully. Pleats, that would look lovely with pleats in it. It is bold, and I think because of the print, it's like stripes, really, isn't it? So you could definitely use it for all sorts of things. You could use it for borders. So I've just put some pleats in there. Use it for borders. Use it for some bias binding around the edges. It would look really lovely. But it is, I mean, it just works because that's just sort of like pleated. I'm thinking clothing, obviously. But twisted tucks, imagine doing twisted tucks. So when you do tucks in fabric, so basically they're like pleats, and then you stitch all the way, all them down all one way, and then the other way you pull them back the other way. So then down and up. So this one is disco, but this one, line dance. I don't see line dancing, but I like it. This reminds me of a cityscape. These are roads. It's nice, this, I like this. And I like the way it's not perfectly lined up. So you can see here, they're slightly off. They're not perfect, which I think is nice, but very pretty colours. John shirt, I think. So this collection is designed by Katie Pasquini, who we have heard of before. She is well-known designer for Free Spirit. And I do like it because it is a Free Spirit design. It's not all perfect. 112 centimetres wide, or 54 inches. We then go, I've got another blue one here, so I'll stick with the blue on this. This is called Lights On. Okay. This isn't our name, by the way. This is what they've called it. I'd call it Squiggles. But isn't that lovely? Again, all over, which means it's beautiful if you want to cut small pieces, cut strips for binding, or bias binding, or sashing, or if you're going to cut triangles. Let me get to a triangle. It's a bit of a scruffy looking triangle, but a triangle. So you can imagine, even if you're cutting quite small pieces, you're still seeing that design, which is really beautiful. So blues on blues. We then go into, so this sort of blues collection is actually now going into greys and white. Now this is, again, really fabulous. Grey is not normally my colour, but I do like this. This has a sort of real batik feel to it. $7.49. It's called Tango. But you can almost sort of feel how the wax has been painted on before the dye is added. It isn't batik, but it has that very abstract feel to it. It's very lovely. And again, you could actually use a small section of that and it would be stunning. Or you can use it as a big piece, which I think is really beautiful when you've got lots of different ideas. So if you see it as a small piece like that, see how lovely it looks like that. And again, as a triangle, I can't fold it too small because it's thick, but you see how you still get that design really looking lovely. Then we go on to like a little pebble. This is called rumba. Rumba, okay. So this is a little pebble called rumba. So this is black background with greys, whites, of various shades of greys and white. You can see it's again an all over print. It'll make an excellent bag lining. The back of something. You could make a shirt out of this. This would make a nice shirt. And it's an all over print, so you haven't got to worry about directional print on it. You can almost see like it's got a sort of swirl going through, can't you? So very nice print there. And then the last one, which is really bold, this is called twirling. I might not look at this too closely either. £7.49. You will buy this fabric, you will. It is, it's like a kaleidoscope, isn't it? All these twirls and things, isn't it beautiful? That would make a really funky pair of like lounging pyjamas. I think, oh, there will be definitely the perfect project. Or even, you see, I mean, I think something, if you make something and then you put this on the back, so it's like double-sided then. It's, you know, it would be lovely. You could fussy cut these designs. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. So that's this other lovely set there, all by half-metre pieces. We're going to do these design rolls. Now these are brand new today, and we don't think we've ever offered you this size before. So these are 20 pieces. So you normally get 40. So these are sort of like half. They're still 2.5 inch wide strips. They're brand new today. We have unicorns. I've got the unicorns here. Just going to unroll it. Look at these. These are really super affordable because it's under £15 for this roll. So you've got a roll of 20 strips, and look at these. Aren't they beautiful? So they're all little unicorns. So you have here 4 of each colour. So they're the width of fabric. So 114 wide, and you've got 20 of them. You could just add a plain background. So that white we had earlier in the black and white pack, or the black we had earlier. So you can just add that. You can make all sorts of things out of these, even simple things like hair scrunchies and things, you know, for little children. So you can make some really fun things. They could make something out of this too. Children could sew these together by hand or machine, and you could make little bags, little drawstring bags out of them, little lunch bags, little sleepover bags. Just put their stuff in when they go for a sleepover with a friend. Do we do that at the moment? Is that allowed? Probably not at the moment, I guess, but coming soon. So that is the unicorn one. And then, so lots are checking out on that one. So I'm not going to try and do it up. I'll just try and wind it up neatly. And then we have the cars. So I don't like to be sexist because we're not allowed to be anymore, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm old enough to. So you've got the unicorns for the little girls, and we've got the cars for the boys. But of course the girls can have the cars too, and the boys can have the unicorns too. I tried very hard to be politically correct when my boys, I've only got boys, were growing up, and my oldest, I'm going to embarrass him now, when he was about 3 or 4, he had a doll, a baby Jake doll, because he's Jake, and he had a pushchair, and he used to push his pushchair with his doll up to the shops with me, and people would look at him and say, "Oh, how cute, isn't she lovely?" And I'd say, "She's a he, and I'm politically correct. If he wants a doll, he can have a doll." And the funny thing is, my other son, who didn't have it, he did have a doll, but he never wanted to play with it. But he had long hair till he was about 14, down to about here, which I loved. And then when he went to school and went to PE and things, he had to have it tied back, and he loved it because the girls all wanted to tie it back for him. People always used to think he was a girl too. Doesn't look like a girl at all now, and he had it cut short. Now he's 22, he definitely doesn't look anything like a girl. Oh yeah, hopefully. Everyone's just said I'll probably embarrass him. Hopefully, that's my job. My job in life now is to embarrass my boys. Yeah, it's the only reason to have them. So here we've got little cars. Look, so again, we have the different colourways. And we've got, oh, these have got scooters. So we've got scooters. And then we have little cars. And then we have little trucks. Different sort of emergency trucks and all sorts going on there. Back to scooters. And then we've got some buses and trucks and bikes and things. You could do so much with these. So you're getting 20 strips in total. We've got lots of books on using these designer rolls, so do have a look on the website for these. But there are loads of things you can do with them. And don't forget your P&P is included all day. So that is our little designer bundles. Now we do have some half-metre fabrics to go with the unicorns, if you wanted to get some half-metre fabric to go with it. We'll do them quickly because we are running out of time. But if I just, so these are all on the website. These are all half meters. So we've got the black one here first. Look at this. And it's, I don't know if you can pick this up on the screen, but what you've got there is you have got some glitter. There's some little glittery things on here. Look, I don't know if you can see it. Can you? Can you see it's glittery? You've got lots of, it's glittery all on there. Really beautiful. Yeah, you can see all this glitter. It's all shimmery all around here. So that's really lovely. It's craft weight cotton. So it's quite a crisp cotton, but it would be gorgeous as a bag or something like that. Or even, you know, again, curtains. This would be fabulous as curtains. £6.99 for a half metre. We also have it in this lovely soft mint green. And we have it in, I'm rushing through these because I just want to mention the linen and cottons, which are gorgeous. They're all £6.99. We have it in the lilac. So this is the lilac. Again, it's got that lovely glitter on it. And then we have it in the pink. And that glitter comes all the way through. And that would go beautifully with our little designer roll. This is all on the website, so we're rushing through this because we've got so much here, and I do want to get to the linen and cotton because they are superb. These are the first set. These are £7.99 for half a metre. £7.99 for half a metre, and this is our first one in this 05, yes. It's sort of got a vintage feel to it. And this is 20% linen and 80% cotton. So it's quite a good weight. It's nice, a firm weight. Fabulous shopping bag or something like that. It's thicker than a normal cotton. And because it's got the linen in it, you've got that sort of look of the linen without it creasing too badly. So even though I've scrunched up that corner, you can see it doesn't crease really, really badly, which I like. I like the fact, because I mean, linen, I know it doesn't matter if it looks creased, it's supposed to be okay looking creased, but personally, I'm not a favour. But I do love this. Brand new to the show today. It's got sort of music over it, very vintagey feel to it. And this is the pink. It would make, even if you buy the piece as a gift on its own, this would make a lovely gift. But it would make, I mean, I like to play the piano. Not quite true. I did like to play the piano. I would like to play the piano, but I haven't played the piano for all of lockdown and beyond, because obviously my teacher couldn't come to me anymore. But if I get back into it, which I do want to, wouldn't it be nice to have a music bag made out of something like this? Or a cushion for your stool. This is colour 63. Oh, Alison's messaged on Facebook. She says, that linen cotton is gorgeous. I need one of my crossback aprons in that. Oh, yes, you do. You definitely do. You need. You don't want, you need. I agree, Alison. That would be lovely. Oh, I see. Okay, Alison's crossback aprons are on our website, so you can actually make one too. Called Mummy and Me. But these are, they would, it'd be lovely. They'd make great oven gloves too. So you could actually do some nice, I'm not sure about actual tea towels though. I'm not sure how well they'd dry things up, but again, lovely. Placemats. And then the last one on this is the same print, but this time in a grey. It's more of a teal, I would say. So not a teal, an ecru. This is code 94. So again, it's that same print, which it actually is, can go up both ways. Some of it is English, but not all of it. Yes, there's a mixture, and then you've got just the ABC. What have we got on here? That's French. So it's very sort of vintage feel to it. Absolutely lovely. Basket liner would look great. Or even if you can make fabric baskets out of it, that would look really lovely. I know, just random. Just do a basket line. I'm just looking at the clock as well, thinking, what can I say? Quick. I haven't got much time. So moving on. Now, we really are running out of time, but we just have to, because again, these are really beautiful. So what I'm just going to open one of these up because I just love the idea. So these are all by the ½ metre. Again, they are cotton and linen. This is a Japanese company. Look at that. Now that's my kind of patchworking. It's all done for you. All you have to do is quilt. If you quilt on top, if you put wadding and then quilt and quilt round it, people think you've put all these together. It's improv patchwork, isn't it fabulous? So this is just one. This is £7.99 for this ½ metre. But you could use it as if you could cut each one. If you wanted to cut them, you could cut them. And then you could intersperse them with some plains if you wanted to make it go further. But I just love the way that's already done. And again, you could use that as the back. So if you buy more, because we're doing it by the ½ metre, you could use that as the back. So it's a very, you do your fancy, fabulous front with all your piecing, and then just make the back. Now we've only got 35 metres of all of them, so that's not a lot. So this is, just very quickly, this is the rust one. This is like in stripes this time. Isn't that lovely? £7.99 for the ½ metre because it is a mix of cotton and linen. So this is more like stripes. It is on ruby. So this is it's like a design roll, but they're not the same width, so different widths of strip. So again, you could cut these up into strips if you wished. You could use them as borders. You could have a border going that way. Now these are Japanese fabrics. And they do have that lovely sort of crisp feel to them. Browns. So this one again, we're going for the patchworky look. Isn't that lovely? Again, I can a crisp kimono out of this. I can see that. That would look like, say a dressing gown. You're making a dressing gown for a chap in these lovely browns. Patchwork holdall, a bag. Yes, you could do a weekender bag. So all you'd have to do is do a little bit of quilting on it to hold the wadding in place. That would be perfect for that. I love that. Another black, but this time, oh, it's got a little hint of pink. Yes, This is code 36, but this one, it's got a hint of pink every now and then. I like that. So again, really lovely. I mean, just as a simple cushion cover, you can see a sort of square there, would look really nice. As I say, backing for something. It has got a sashiko feel to it. But you could use this around a piece of sashiko, you could use it to back something, table mats. There's so much you could do with these, and it's such a good quality. Certainly bag making. And then we have one more on this collection, which again is blacks, but this is stripes this time. So this is really, we've gone over time, but I just had to show you these beautiful fabrics. Isn't that lovely? Again, a little hint of pink every now and then. So I'll just show you the other two as we go into our break, because there were two more we didn't get to. And again, this is the same. This is this cotton linen. So this is the black. So it's got koi. So again, Japanese inspired fabrics. And then we go into the blue as well. So I'm just showing you these quickly. Now these are all on the website. So you can, of course, get them from the website. So this is the blue. So the koi. So very, very Japanese. So we just get the graphics up for this one. And it's the koi in the swirling around and the blossom. So that is all of our fabrics. So I do apologise for running over, but I really had to show you all of these beautiful fabrics because they really are amazing and different. We are going to be joined by Adelle in just a few minutes, and she's going to be showing us how to make these really lovely, comfortable, summery dungarees. See you in just a few minutes.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. Okay, I got into sewing through my grandma. I used to sit and watch her. She was a dressmaker, and I started off making toys, and then I was dressmaking myself, and from then I've done homeware and children's wear and all sorts of different things in between. I would say my top tip is to be kind to yourself. It's only fabric at the end of the day, and if things do go wrong, then you've always got your quick unpick. My claim to fame is that in 2012 I was a VIP driver with the Olympics, and I met some really interesting people who were very nice, and I'm hoping that I'll meet some very interesting and nice people on Sewing Street too.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back. Sorry about running a bit late there, but we had to get ready to show you this lovely book, which is Tilly and the Buttons, Make It Simple. It's a really fabulous book, and Adelle's going to tell us more about it as well, because I know she's got this herself at home and absolutely loves it. And of course we're going to see Adelle in her fabulous dungarees. So the dungarees, which are actually on the cover, is what she's making. Let's have a quick look. We've got this picture from earlier. She does look stunning in them. She does, I know, sickening, isn't it? Hayley just says, doesn't she look great in everything?
Oh, thank you.
I'll feed her some more pies. But what we have here is we've got this book which has the patterns in it. Now, the really good thing about this is you've got the book with all of these beautiful designs, which of course I always start from the back and go forward. But I love the fact that when you've got a pattern, and then it's how to make it your own. So not only do you have the one pattern, so here we've got the pinafore, and it tells you, I mean, I like the way it's got the cutting time and the sewing time. Don't be restricted by that. If it takes you longer, that is fine. But it's just a suggestion. Lots of tips on how to sew it all the way through. And then it will add shortcut steps and then make it your own. So how you can then take that pattern and make it a little different. So put flat pockets on. How to do that. And this is on all of the patterns. This is how to change the neckline. So it does say you can stitch up in an afternoon, but I say don't feel you have to. So what you can do with this, I love the way that you've got a pattern, how to make it, and then some variations on that. And that goes through for all of the designs. And you can, like, even something simple like this, little sleep marks, look. 24 different projects with then the variations on it. So make it, look at these. When we look at some of those fabrics we were looking at earlier, little shorty PJs would look lovely in those. So there's 208 pages, and as well as obviously showing you how to make all of these things, you also have, look at these lovely pyjamas. I've seen these before. These are lovely in jersey. We'll talk more about this book with Adelle, but let's run through the fabrics that we've got for you today. So I'm going to start with the first one. Now we've got these in bundles of 3 meters. The first colour we have got, I'm only showing you the small ½ metre piece, purely because Adelle's actually used the 3 metre piece to make her samples. So this is the blue cotton chambray. It's a really lovely weight. You said it was really great to work with, didn't you?
Yes,
you really
definitely.
enjoyed it. So lovely weight of cotton. And this is a sort of blue denim-y colour. So it's a 3 metre bundle. So just ignore the fact I've only got a small piece in front of me. It is a 3 metre piece. Really perfect for this book because a lot of the garments in this book are made in this sort of fabric. So nice, plain, easy to sew fabric. You are getting 3 metres, and as an example of that, I will grab the bigger piece. So this is a 3 metre piece, but this time it's in the grey. This is a soft grey colour, 3 metres. We think this one's a brand new colour. It's ever so soft, isn't it? It's deceiving, actually.
Yes,
isn't it?
When I got my sample one, this one, through the post, the first thing I felt was just how soft it felt, and it would just be comfortable to sit around in summer.
So it has a very sort of linen look to it, but actually it's really soft and comfy. Oh, we think the price might be a bit wrong. Oh, okay. Well, it's slightly lower than it should be, but hey, go by that price that's there. That's all we have to go by. So this is this one. So this is the grey. So these are really good colours to mix. Now I'm going on to, this is a different feel to it. This is enzyme washed linen. Now we've had these enzyme washed linens before, but again, so this is very much a sort of linen look, linen feel. It is a linen. So it is more crisp, but this is did you do yours in the linen? You did, yes, didn't you? Yeah. And that's what you found, because when you first got it, you thought that's going to be a bit stiff, but it wasn't.
No, not at all.
So linen, of course, will crease. That's supposed to be the beauty of it. This is the teal linen, 3 metres you're getting. So 3 metres is plenty to make these dungarees, or indeed quite a few of the other patterns in the book. And you'll have, you know, so it doesn't matter what size, this is plenty for that. I'm not sure what the width is. Do we know what the width is? Otherwise I can measure. So that is the teal. So I like that colour, that's very nice. Let's measure the next one. So here I've got the pink, or the rusty pink, mauve. This is the one that Adelle is modelling. So the width is double that, so 70, 100, 140, or yeah, 140 wide. So quite a nice width there, and you do get the 3 metres. So that's a really nice colour. This is the colour that's sort of a mauvey colour. And then we have chartreuse. So we do have some chartreuse here. So again, this is a really nice sort of soft colour, quite a summery colour. And it is the enzyme washed linen. So that's really lovely too. Chartreuse, £34.99. So this is £34.99. But remember, that is for 3 metres. It's one of those you would make, once you've made it, you would make it, you could, because you could put a bib pocket on it. I'm sure they probably say that in here, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And pockets on the
side
as well.
You could,
as well,
yes.
Yeah. So there's loads of versatility with these patterns.
And you said the belt it's separate, isn't it? So again, you could actually just use a regular belt. You don't have to make the belt if you don't want to.
No, not at all. This doesn't come actually with a pattern piece. It just tells you the measurements to do it out.
Yes.
So you could do it shorter if you wanted to, or even longer.
Yeah.
So
or in a
just
contrast.
Yes. If you had like a little ½ metre of one of the other fabrics, it would look gorgeous.
Wouldn't it? So there are fabrics there. We do have some tracing paper, because if you're using the patterns in the book, and there is a little tip about those that Adelle will give us in a minute, but if you're using the patterns in the book, the patterns are overlaid on each other. They're not one pattern per sheet sort of thing. So you do need to trace them off if you're using these, and therefore you can use tracing paper. So we have the tracing paper here. So it's a pack which has 3 large sheets of 76 centimetres by 1.2, 1.02 actually. And you will also need interfacing. So you need interfacing for the bib.
For the facing on the inside. Yeah.
So it's only a small amount.
Only a very small amount.
But we haven't got that to show you, but we do have it on the website. So if you look on that, and you just used a lightweight one, didn't you?
Yeah. Okay. I don't want it too stiff, just to give it a little bit
of support. So this is the graphics for the pack of interfacing that we have, just a lightweight interfacing, £2.99. And let's talk about the book. Bring the book back.
Yes.
So we're both going to talk about this book, because I love the book. Yeah. You love the book. You've got it at home.
Yes, so it's Tilly's 3rd book that she's released, and I got it straight away, and I've been making projects from this one last year. So it's a fantastic book for beginners and for an experienced sewist as well. So don't be put off if you've made more complex things and it says make it simple. It's nice actually to make simple makes, because I love getting really stuck into something like a jacket or something really more complex, but sometimes I just want a quick sew.
You do. Sometimes you want something that you want to be able to wear today, sort of thing. Make it today, wear it tomorrow.
I did that with this top actually.
That top's another Tilly one, isn't it?
Yes, I absolutely love Tilly's patterns. They're great for beginners. The instructions are always really well written, and always lots of photographs to show you every step of the way.
So really, really, really handy.
Yes.
And you've got the patterns in the back.
Yes.
But you've got another tip there.
Yes. So Tilly also has all of the patterns as downloadable PDFs. So if you go onto her website, she actually says to you there's a secret password somewhere in the book. I'm not going to say where it is, but there's a secret password. You put that in, and then you can download A4 pattern to print off at home, which I actually do. Or you could do the big A0 and send it off to a big sort of pattern printer place, and then get that back to cut up. So you haven't got to worry that you've got to trace off and find where all the pattern pieces are.
Yeah. So that's quite really handy to know, isn't it? So you've got those 2 options to get these patterns.
Yeah.
And once you've got, your pattern for your dungarees or whatever garment you've got, there's so many variations. So you've got your pattern, you cut it out, you make it up, and then you make it again with a round neckline, you make it again with pockets on it.
So I've made these trousers before with the wrap play suit. Let me find the play suit. I made that last summer. That was really beautiful. There we go. This little play suit here. That one there. I've made that, and I've also
Can you take
made
it to the right a little bit?
There
That's
we
brilliant.
are.
Thank you.
So I've made this one before in some linen fabric as well, actually, and that's got an elasticated waist, not a belt along the waist. And I've also made The cardigan, the Bertha, that was my first one. And that is just perfect loungewear. That's
it does
really
look with the bat
nice.
wings.
Yes, and I just stick it on when I feel a little bit like I need a little bit of
a snuggle, yeah, a bit of cozy.
Yeah, I just
so
use
just
some French terry.
$19.99 for this book, and there are 24 patterns in it. And often, well, as we know, a paper pattern can be £17–18 just for one.
That's how much one of these patterns would normally be.
So you could, yeah, definitely. And lots of, I love the fact they've got lots of variations on it.
Yes, that's what I do love about Tilly's patterns, actually, that it isn't just one pattern that you're going to get with it. And she talks in here about separating your sewing time up into small sections. So if you've got 10 minutes, you could just cut out your pattern and then come back another day and cut out your fabric. So it really does talk about the fact that you don't have to sit down and complete something the first time round.
And of course she's a young mum, isn't she? So
yes,
she knows
she's
how
just
to
had her second as well.
Yes.
So
but let's get straight onto the demo, shall we? Because we've got limited time. We have got less than 50 books in stock now. This is $19.99 for this book of 24 patterns, easy to follow patterns with the patterns in there, or you can download PDFs of them and get them printed by AO, which means a huge size and you haven't got to piece it all together.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about the bodice, and the bodice is really simple. Now there's no fastenings on this jumpsuit, this little dungaree set. So it does actually talk in the book about measuring yourself. And we discussed this morning, didn't we? How important it is, no matter, I've used Tilly's patterns before, but I still measure myself because it gives you the finished garment sizes. And sometimes we might need a little bit more room in certain places. So it does talk, if you're a little bit hippier, that you might need to change and just alter and go between the sizes, so grade between the sizes. So it's a great first sort of beginner pattern. We've got simple bust darts, that's the only shaping that comes on the front, a simple back, and then we're going to put our straps in and they go in between the facing. So it's a great pattern. So I'm just going to get straight on and do my bust darts. So I've already just marked out my bust darts, just with like a fab, what is it? The friction pens.
Yes.
That's it.
Oh, we do. I mean, we all love the friction pens, but we also do have chalk marking pencils for this show, because they're really useful too. And these packs here, they come with all the different colours, so great for all different types of fabric.
Yeah. Let me just make sure that's cut off. So I'm just going to do my 2 bust darts and then I'm going to press them. And the one thing I always say about dressmaking is you have to press all the way through. Don't leave pressing till the very end. You've got to keep pressing each stage. So before I get down and sew anything, I actually get myself all set up in my sewing room with my iron up, my ironing boards and everything else that I will need. So I'm not sort of having to keep moving things around.
Yeah, or be tempted not to do that step.
Oh yes.
Because you can't iron some parts of it. You can't iron once it's made.
No.
So it will never lay flat, never look good.
Yeah, and also if you press afterwards, you might not actually get your seams correct then. So it's really important, and just press your bust darts downwards so that it's more flattering. Now, I've found, because I've worked with a lot of Tilly's patterns, that usually I have to move my bust darts down. I think that's just age catching up with me.
Sadly, we go south.
But I actually found with these dungarees, it fitted perfectly. So again, don't just assume when you're dressmaking. Don't just go, well, I've always done that. That's what I'm going to do this time. Every project needs to be sort of approached with fresh eyes. Fresh eyes.
Absolutely agree.
Because
I mean, like you say, I even, I've been dressmaking for more years than you've been alive, I think, and I still tissue fit every pattern before, even though I make it from the same brand. I will still tissue fit it, I will still check it. I have to do full bust adjustments, and I must say, to do a full bust adjustment on these dungarees would be relatively easy because it's a small piece you're working with, not the whole length of a dress, which can make it not difficult, but just longer.
A little bit more complex, isn't it? Because you'll have to sort of manoeuvre and manipulate a longer line.
Yes.
Whereas here we've only got a small piece. But also, again, there is a great range of sizes with these patterns. They're not as the usual size 8, 10, 12. She actually only ever does it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so
brilliant.
on like that. So again, please measure yourself first. It's 1.5 centimetre seam allowance, which is great to help with adjustments. So we were talking earlier, weren't we, that sometimes you might have measured yourself and graded between the patterns, but then when you put it on, you find you need just that extra 0.5 centimetre at certain seams.
Definitely, which is why we were sort of saying about transferring marks, and I know some people, and I won't mention who, use little snips into the fabric, which I definitely don't do.
I'll put my hand up, I'm the guilty one for that.
And really, it is because of that very thing that sometimes you need to just pinch a bit of that seam allowance, and if you snipped into it, you can't, which is why I would use a chalk marker or friction pen, cut notches outwards, etc. But I'm old school, so.
Yeah. So I'm going to do the straps now. Again, it's another 1.5 centimetres. The straps are included as a pattern piece in this.
Right.
It's just the belt that doesn't have a pattern piece that you just have to measure out. And it gives you fitting tips along the way with these, because we're all different size, different shapes, and that's what I love about dressmaking, is that you can fit it to your body. Whereas if you're on the high streets, quite often you get home, you think it fits, once you're out wearing it, you're like, no, it feels like it's riding up. So it does talk about pinning these on, trying on the bodice, making sure that these are at the right length, and then sewing them on.
I often have to take straps up.
Do you?
Because I must have short between there and so I need to take them up.
Yeah, because I think I've got a longer bit here, because what I found often when I've got play suits is they do ride up on this bottom part of my bodice.
No, I'm definitely that. That's where my little extra height is. I'm 5'6", and that little sort of 2 inches above normal is between my waist and my crotch, unfortunately, which makes trousers difficult.
Difficult, yes. But then that's what's fantastic about dressmaking, because you can make it your own.
Exactly. Now you're using one of our sewing machines here, aren't you?
Yes. It's the 720, isn't it? It's the first time I've used this one.
And you can just see how easy it is to use, though. You're just using it.
Yeah.
You just pop the graphics in. We're not trying to sort of sell it, but it is in stock. It is available. It is amazing. It's a fabulous machine. You're getting the graphics for us. It's got a lovely LCD screen. It's got twisty knobs that you change for the different patterns. You've got lots and lots of different stitches.
Yeah, and I think as well, with machines like this, if you want to make this out of a thicker denim, which you will be able to, it would take that well, wouldn't it?
Yes, exactly.
It
would
really
be perfect
take that
for
well.
that.
So I'm just, before I do actually turn that round, I'm just going to trim these edges down. Where's the other scissors? There we go. Just to help to get this strap to sit nicely. We're going to just take that seam down as close. It's about to 0.5 centimetre. So,
because again, you've used the 15mm or 1.5 centimetre seam. 5/8 of an inch for old school.
We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? I'm definitely metric.
You see, I mix between the two because for sewing I use metric, but for body measurements I use inches.
Yes.
Because I think they sound a lot better than inches. I don't want to know that my bust is 140 centimetres or something. I could cope with 40 inches.
Well, when my husband's doing DIY around the house, he uses millimetres.
Oh,
that's what they use.
Yes.
So he's like asking me over the phone one time, oh, what is the length of that, while he's in a DIY store? And I'm like, 35 centimetres. No, in millimetres. I don't know.
You just put a nought on it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to turn these through. There are turning tools, or you can just use a chopstick or the end of a knitting needle.
You know what I do? I stitch across one end, and then you can push that through with your stitch.
Yes.
And it's really easy to push them through. Or you can use a string. That's another way if you've got a long one.
Yes.
If you stitch the string across the top, the short end, and then have it in the fold, and then you can pull on the string and it just pulls it through, then you cut it off.
Yeah, I do that actually when I've got very, very fine fabric. I get my overlocker, do a big line of chains, and then fit that inside the folds, and then that gives you a really good sort of anchor through. So I'm just going to turn these through.
We do have, there is a brilliant turning tool which we do have, but we don't have any stock of or something.
Yeah, I think this is part of it, isn't it?
Is it? Is it part of the prim one?
The prim one, yes.
Okay, right. Adele, could you tell us please, good morning ladies, are these patterns suitable for the older lady, and what is the largest size you can go up to please? That's Eileen.
Now you're only as old as you ever feel. So,
I agree.
Definitely any age for these patterns, and the thing is it's fabric choice sometimes, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
So, and that is what the beauty of sewing is the fact that I might choose a print, whereas someone might normally go for a plain, and it's just personal choice. Don't ever be put off thinking something's too young for you. Go for it.
I think these could be worn by anybody every day.
Yes.
I mean, there are things that I won't wear now that I've got older. I mean, for instance, I will wear a mini skirt, but only if I'm wearing thick, dark tights and boots. You know, I wouldn't wear a mini skirt with stiletto heels. I think it would be sending a different message. So there's certain things that you can you just think about.
The dress behind you, that's from this book as well, isn't
it?
The green one.
Yeah.
That's the Suki, and they've actually used an older model.
Yes, they
in
have.
that one.
Yeah.
So it is for all ages.
It is,
Please
definitely.
don't be put off.
Just love Adele. Her enthusiasm is amazing, and you just want to make everything she demonstrates so she makes everything look so doable. That's Alicia.
It is doable. Please don't ever be put off by dressmaking thinking that it's complex. It is just a simple set of instructions that you can follow through. I find sewing is my downtime activity. I just really find it quite therapeutic, sitting there going through step by step.
I find it very relaxing. We were also asked by Eileen, I'll just come on to this message and then I'll go back to Eileen. The pink linen gave me a flashback to the Thornbirds, Wendy. Her dress was Ashes of Roses. It's a lovely colour. Yes, I remember the Thornbirds too. You won't remember those, will you?
Oh, no, it wasn't. I'm an 80s child,
no.
I am.
So the Thornbirds, there was this, what was it? Was it Richard Chamberlain? He was the priest, but he was a sexy priest. Very sexy priest. Anyway, Eileen wanted to know about the sizes on this. What sizes they go up to. So they go up to a bust of 48 inches with a hip of 51 inches. The finished garment measurements are 4 inches above that. So the finished garment measurements are for the, it doesn't say the bust. So for the waist, from 42 to 52. So you've got lots of room in there, nice and roomy. And the hips from 51 to 64 and a half. No, sorry, hips to 51 to 53 and a quarter. So not so much. So it's the waist that's bigger because you just pull them on. There's no fastenings.
No, you just pull them on, and let me show you. If I take this out, you can see there's lots of room in there.
Yeah.
I think you could even wear them without.
You could just wear them like that. You could put a big pocket on.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's actually very fashionable at the moment. A lot of them, sort of the slouchy dungarees have come back, so you could do it without the belts. I quite like just nipped in things at the waist. It makes me feel like a little point where it's thinner.
So I hope that helps, Eileen, with the sizing.
So I'm just going to, now, these straps are going to get caught within the facing, but I never just leave it open and then put the facing on. I'm going to tack that first within the seam allowance, because I've had it before that I thought, I'll skip this stage. And then half of my strap is hanging out and then I've got to unpick it all. So sometimes there are jobs that you've got to follow through. So I'm just going to put a few tacking stitches here, just within the seam allowance, so just at 0.5 centimetre. And then I'll show, you have to have both of the straps put on before you put the facing on.
Yeah. So I've got a message here from Susan. Morning everyone, love watching Adele. She always makes sewing fun and these patterns are great. I love them and the outfit looks lovely on her. Absolutely agree. Oh, we've got a message from Sheena. So we've just got a message here about your morning, ladies. I have had my 720 3 weeks now, and it's amazing. It sews everything easily, as well as spacer fabric. It's a brilliant machine. Thank you for that endorsement, Sheena. It is a lovely machine. 1,699 or 5 easy payments of £339.80. So you pay one this month, you get your machine, and then you pay the subsequent payments each month afterwards. No interest is charged at all. So we're going to put the book back in now, because this is a book that we're getting limited stock of. Fabulous book, 24 patterns in there. Called Make It Simple because the designs are nice and simple to make. That doesn't mean that they're not good, it means that they're great to make, and you can use beautiful fabrics and let the fabric do all the talking. Basically it means they've got to be minimal seaming and things.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, weren't we? That you can really make your fabric sing on some of these, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely.
So you could have them so that you could, I wonder if you could do the bodice one colour and then the trousers another.
Definitely you could, couldn't you?
And there are little sort of patterns in here. So they was talking about the eye mask, and I've already got my order sent in for my children for when we go camping to have eye masks. So they've said, we want a new eye mask for when we go camping, Mummy. So I said, oh, okay, I will, don't worry, don't worry.
So that's for when they're going to sleep, because of course the sun comes through the tent or whatever, doesn't it?
Yes, so, and obviously it's summer, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's going to be brighter mornings. I'm just going to bring my instructions open now, just so I can double check that I'm putting these in properly. Yes, yes. I just wanted to double check that they're in. So I'm
Whilst you're just doing that, I'm just going to say that the grey bundle, which is in the softer fabric here, this is nearly sold out. This grey bundle is nearly sold out. This is £19.99. It's a very soft cotton.
It's a beautiful fabric.
It is really lovely. So this is a softer cotton. It's a grey chambray fabric bundle, 3 metres for £19.99. So if you haven't checked out and you've got it in your basket, please do, because it's not yours until you've checked out.
Right.
It is available by the ½ metre, which means you can actually then still buy your 3 metres, but so you would just put in 6 units by the ½ metre.
Yeah, the trousers are quite a wide leg, so they are slightly cropped, but again, the beauty of dressmaking is you could make them longer if you wanted.
Or shorter.
Or shorter.
Yeah.
So again, there are lines where it says to shorten and lengthen. Don't just assume that you've got to add it onto the bottom, otherwise you might get more of a flare that you didn't want. So just be careful, follow the instructions about where to lengthen and shorten. But I was really excited to make these actually, because these were on the front cover and they have been on my to sew list for quite a while. So it's nice to finally get them made. But yeah, Tilly's patterns are great for beginners. There's a whole range of them. There we go. Right. So you talked earlier, yeah, I've got interfacing on this facing pieces.
Yeah.
And all I'm going to do now is I've got my bodice the right side out and I've got my interfacing the wrong side out. And I'm going to almost put that over a post through my, put it the right way around, Adele, post through the bodice and...
So right sides together.
Yes, so I've got right sides. And then you've got notches, and also I always begin at the side seams first to match up, and then to go round this part here.
Lovely. I've got a message here. I'm not sure. Tracy Parker said, is make the dungarees with the koi carp fabric you showed earlier. I think she's saying, can you make the dungarees with the koi carp fabric we showed earlier? Yes, you could. You could. It's a linen and a cotton mix. So it's a little bit firmer.
Yes.
But dungarees you can make, because you can make dungarees in denim. So it's no firmer than denim. So absolutely, yes, you could.
Yeah. You can even make them in canvas, you know, like a really thick canvas.
Well, you could, yeah.
Yeah. Dungarees, I've got several of them. They are really comfortable to wear.
Are they?
Yeah, and I used to think I felt like a bit of a TV presenter, you know, like a children's TV presenter. But I don't anymore. I rock them.
Oh, so Karen says she attaches her straps with a button and buttonhole to make a better fit.
Oh, yes.
That's a good idea. And then, and if you're making them for children, what you do is you make extra long for the front bit. So when they grow, you can let that up. So definitely with a button and a buttonhole.
Or you could do 2 straps and have them tied at the shoulders.
Yes, you could. Yeah, you could. You'd have to make them longer, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So you could make a tie.
Yeah. Because there's that famous brand of Dungarees at the moment, and they all have them tied up at the shoulders.
Got another message here. Morning, Adele. Just sat watching in my me-made dressing gown. Well done. Oh, it's from Laura, Adele's friend.
So I made her that dressing gown.
Oh, I see.
That was for her birthday. That was her birthday present. For her very special birthday. I won't say the number, but yeah, her very special birthday, and I made her a dressing gown. Oh, that's lovely to know. Hello, Laura. Oh. I was about to say, yeah, rock a handmade dressing gown. So handmaids aren't just going out outfits and fancy outfits. Almost all my wardrobe now is handmade.
That's really good. So we want to know, Adele, why in one sentence, why is dressmaking such a favourite occupation for you?
So why is it an occupation for me? I just put it into one sentence. I just feel really excited that I can create something 3D from a flat piece of fabric. And I've always felt like I want to be an individual, and I don't want to turn up at a wedding in something that someone else has already got on. And I know when I'm wearing this that it's just a secret sort of power to have. And when people say to you, oh, I love your dress, and you go, oh, I made it, it's just such a lovely compliment to have.
It is, yeah.
So,
I'm absolutely with you on that.
Yeah. But it just gives you this secret confidence. Like before I started dressmaking, for work I'd just wear black trousers and a top. Since then my whole style has changed, and I wear dresses now with more confidence, prints with more confidence as well. I don't think I'll ever stop dressmaking now. Now that I've started, I've caught the bug.
So when did you start?
So I started, well, I've only really been doing it now about 4 years. My dad's passed away and I needed something to focus on. So I set myself a challenge, a New Year's resolution that year, not to buy any clothes and only to make clothes. I almost got through the whole year, apart from buying 1 pair of shorts to go on holiday with. And it is one of those things, once you start, you can't stop. And like we've said before, I'm a teacher, I've got 2 wonderful daughters, but sometimes I just want to go away from everything and just get in on myself. And
yeah, I find it very therapeutic actually.
Yes, yes.
You can be really stressed from a stressful day, and then you just sit at your sewing machine and start sewing, and it's just relaxing.
Yeah, and I've had moments where I've been really stressed and like frustrated that I've gone wrong, but often I just put it down, walk away, come back to it with a fresh sort of mindset, and then I feel really great when I've actually finished it and it's worked out in the end. So yeah, if somebody is scared about dressmaking, don't be. Please just get yourself 1 pattern, a beginner's pattern, some fabric, and just go for it. So I'm trying to get as many people dressmaking as possible.
It's been my goal for many, many years.
We can do it.
What I like about this book, though, is it's got lots of tips on how to get started,
yes,
and sewing tips as well, choosing your size,
yeah,
simple pattern adjustments. So it's not just the patterns.
No,
you've got
Tilly
lots of other
that,
information.
Yeah. The whole Tilly brand is very geared towards, like the motto that we've just said, getting people sewing. Yeah. They do brilliant beginner patterns, and all the tips within here are fantastic, and the photos are always so well
so you
done.
You can really see what's going on.
Yeah, and what's nice is they they're really active on their blogs and on social media and things like that. So I know if you've ever got a question and you just emailed them, there's a big team there and they'll help you with any queries.
That's really handy to know too, isn't it? I'm loving this, how to take a compliment, talking about when people say, and you say, oh yes, I made it myself. And so many people would normally have said, actually, I kind of made it, but the hem is wonky and the fabric was like from Walthamstow Market, and I didn't even look at the inside because I ran out of thread and didn't finish. That's what some people say, and this is so true. If somebody says to you, that's really nice, so often we'll say, yeah, I really like it, but, and then you pick out a fault in it, which nobody else would see.
No.
So what you have to say is when somebody says, I love that dress, they say, you should be saying, thank you, I made it myself.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, and it opens a really nice conversation. Like, the conversation I have with the kids at school, they can't believe that I can make my own things. They're like, you've made that dress? And I'm like, yeah. So it's not beyond anybody, dressmaking.
No, definitely.
So I've just put my facing on and now I'm giving it a very, very good press. You've got to press this. Then talks about understitching and top stitching. And these are both techniques that help finish the garment and make it look really professional. So understitching, we're going to catch the inside seam with the facing, and then top stitching, which I've done here, just to finish off.
It's still straight stitching. So Michelle has said, dressmaking, it means no one else has got a garment the same as you. Absolutely right.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely right.
And well, I have to say the other day actually, I went in school and there is one of our learning mentors who also is a dressmaker, and she had the same dress pattern on as me, but in a different fabric.
Yeah, so it still looks different.
And we were like, woo, like this, showing the kids, go, look, we've both made our dresses. And they couldn't believe it. And it's a different fabric. It looked completely different.
It will do. And then you think, I mean, that's when I know you must know from your own teaching, but when you're teaching and you teach a project and everybody uses their own fabric and their own combination of trims, etc., it's wonderful, even though they've made the same thing. Whether it be a bag or a cushion or dressmaking, it's fabulous when you see the variations that other people have. Yes. And they all look fantastic. It really is. It really is such a powerful moment, I feel.
And don't also be put off that you think, oh, that won't fit my body shape or anything like that. You adapt it to fit how you want, how comfortable you fit. So we've all got different sizes at different points. We're not all a standard size 10 or 12. So you can adapt it. You can have a smaller bodice and then a larger around the hips, or the opposite way around.
Which you can't do when you go and buy ready-made clothes.
No.
But I mean, that I do find when I do sort of teaching about sizing and fit, and I will say to people, so if anybody here is a standard size 10, 12, 14, whatever, according to these measurements, you can have a sweet out of my tin of sweeties. Nobody gets a sweet out of my tin of sweeties because we just aren't. No. You know, as you say, you might be a 12 on the top.
Yep.
You know, well, or for me, like 18 on the top and then a 14 waist and a 12 hip.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm a really strange shape. But I can make clothes that fit.
Yes, and make you feel fabulous at the same time. So I've got my bodice now done. Have we got time to have a look at the trousers?
We have. We literally have like less than 10 minutes now.
So let's go for the trousers. So the trousers are very big pieces, okay? So this is where you do need your width on your fabric. So if you've got a narrow fabric, just be very mindful that you might have to put both of the trousers instead of side by sides. They'll have to go on the way down.
And there are cutting layouts in here, aren't there?
Yes. Yeah.
So it does advise you how to lay out the fabric.
Yeah, cutting layouts. So that is my back leg. So what we do to make the bottoms, because some people are quite scared of trousers. I don't know why, because once you can see it, it works really well. So we're going to make each leg and then sew round the crotch line. So I'm going to put a front piece with its corresponding back piece. So I'm just going to get this piece here and put that onto here.
Yeah, Hayley's just saying, would you mark which is the front and the back?
Yep.
It is a good idea, particularly when you're working with a plain fabric
Yep.
and it's difficult to see the right and wrong side of it.
Yep, and also to know that one's the front, one's the back. I often get a little piece of paper, because quite often some of the patterns might say pattern piece A, pattern piece B. So I just get a scrap piece of paper, write A, B, C or whatever, 1, 2, 3, and then actually put it on my piece of fabric. So there we go. So what we're going to do is sew both of the side seams, so the inner seam, the outer seam, leaving the crotch. So you end up with almost 2 tube legs. Then you're going to post one leg into the other and then sew the crotch seam. So let's see if we can get this. Let's get straight on.
Now, if everybody checks out, we will only have 25 books left. So if you're interested in this book, now's the time to get it. It's a beautiful book with the patterns in the back of it, so you can actually use it straight away. You will have to trace them off because they do overlap each other. I'll show you what I mean by that. All of the patterns are here, and you've got all the different sizes showing. You've got different types of line for each size. And as Adelle has said, of course, you cut from one size to another if you're not a perfect size, who is. But you will have to trace them off unless you're only going to use one pattern.
Yeah.
So the alternative is to find the secret code for the PDF patterns, which you can then print off at home. I think it's going to be relatively easy to find when you buy the book. It's just obviously a case of what we don't want is people who don't buy the book getting that code, because that's not fair. There's been a lot of work's been gone into making this book and creating these patterns. And I think actually the price of it is amazing to have all of these for £19.99, all these different patterns.
Yeah, and my top was actually from the other Tilly book, so her patterns go really nicely together, sort of almost to make a full wardrobe, full handmade wardrobe. Oh, why has that not gone through? Let's have a look. Oh, I've done that dreaded thing, Wendy, where you've sewn a whole seam and it hasn't.
Yes, hasn't got a bobbin.
So it came out at the top, and I've just sewn that whole seam, and nothing's been happening.
That happened the other day with, I can't know who it was actually, and having exactly the same thing. And Elliot spotted it from the gallery, and he said, "Is that actually sewing?" It hadn't sewn the seam.
The worst is when you've done a curve and that's happened, and you're like, "Oh, I was holding that together so well." At least it was just a straight seam this time. There we go. Oh, there we go. I'm all good. Goes through this machine really quickly.
It does it? It's a very good machine, that. I think it's like a professional machine. That look at how fast that's going. My goodness.
That's not even with my foot all the way down. I think I'm going to.
So you can slow it down. You don't have to go that fast.
Oh,
there's a button that you can slow it down.
Oh, it's come out again. That's my fault.
Oh, can we see the length of the trousers on you, Adelle, please? We might have to sort of give up trying to sew those in this short bit of time.
They come to here, so it's sort of mid-calf, but they're so comfortable, and round the back, I love that length. Because it's like
a nice summery length, isn't it?
Yes.
It really is.
But I know the trousers actually do go down to the bottom, so you could actually lengthen them. So these are actually called the Safiya trousers, and you can make them when they're elasticated. Actually, I think the whole book, apart from the olive, doesn't have any closures, so it's great for beginners.
Right.
So no zips anywhere. Yes, only the very last one has a zip in. So great for beginners to try their first few projects with.
Well, it's important, I think, if you are a beginner, to try something that's achievable, that looks good when you've achieved it, and that you can then think, yeah, I really like this, now I'm going to go on to do more. It's like buying a sewing machine. You know, I would always say, do not buy the cheapest machine you can find, buy the best you can afford. What you're better off doing is buying a machine that can do far more than you want it to do at the moment, and then you will grow into it. Because what you don't want to do is buy a machine for £150, £200 and grow out of it within your first 3 or 4 makes, and then you have to upgrade, and hence have a number of sewing machines at home.
Yeah, it's got here, if you've only got 5 minutes, suggestions of what you can do. So like winding bobbins up, we all know that we've had that moment where we've run out of a bobbin. Interfacing your pieces, sewing just a couple of seams. Like if we're lucky enough to have a sewing room set up, have your project ready, 1 seam, 1 leg, just between.
I must admit, I usually cut out on one day and do the interfacing of all the pieces and marking up and pin out all darts. Then I leave it and I come back the next day to actually sew it up.
I do the exact same.
I just find you just come back fresh.
Yeah, and you don't feel that you've just sat there for hours.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely fresh mind.
So I don't worry about the time that they say you have to do it in.
No.
I keep looking to see if I can find the secret password, but I haven't found it yet. But it is in there. And the only reason we're calling it a secret and keeping it secret is, as I say, it's not fair to Tilly and the Buttons if we divulge the password, which means you wouldn't have to bother to buy the book. So that's really not fair. So it is in the book, £19.99. Have you gone through everything you wanted to show us?
Yeah, well, I've just noticed something. At the very front, there's a lot of information. So it's a really good reference point as well. So it's got talking about toils, fitting, but then it also does talk about lengthening and shortening, combining, actually talks about bust adjustments. You know, you were saying about bust adjustments, talks about it there. And then also, it gives lots of tips about terms. So we've been using these terms today, like stay stitching, stitching in the ditch, top stitching, under stitching. All those terms are also put in here as well. So it is a great book for a beginner, or even like me, an experienced, well, I say experienced, more advanced.
Yeah, you know, you say that. I know you've only been sewing for 4 years, but the amount that you've sewn is what other people would have done in 20 years.
Yeah,
so, you know, you've condensed it into this short space of time. But
and I've always got this philosophy that there isn't any project that I can't do. Some might take me longer to do, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. So I had myself a goal to make a coat, and I thought this is going to take me a long time. In actual fact, it didn't.
It doesn't take any longer.
No,
it really doesn't.
It was just a mental.
I had a class, two-day class to make coats last year. Managed to get them in.
Yeah.
And had, I think it was 16 people making coats, and they all made them lined coats in 2 days.
So please,
anyway,
jump straight in.
You've told us everything we can. Sorry it was such a sort of quick demonstration. You're back in an hour though, and you're going to be showing us a skirt.
The skirt's here,
and
the top that's behind you.
That's brilliant. So 2 really useful garments to make. So I will be back in just a few minutes. We have got some designer fabric collections, which are really lovely. Oh, and we've got a cheeky, brand new K-Facet fat quarter bundle, which is sounding good. So I look forward to that. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles, and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I had then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright. I'm from Leicestershire Craft Centre, which is based in Market Harborough. I love all kinds of sewing, but probably my favourite thing to do is dressmaking, but I also teach patchwork and free motion embroidery and anything to do with textiles really. I love to have a go at felting and crochet and knitting and, oh, you name it, I'll have a go at it. So I started sewing when I was 7. My mum taught me to sew, and the very first thing I made was an apron. But I'm a terribly impatient person. I just want to get on with the project. So I didn't wait for her to help me cut it out, and I cut it out myself, and I didn't know you had to have a seam allowance. So I made the world's smallest apron, and my mum still has it somewhere. Sewing tips, I would say, I teach a lot of people to sew, especially beginners, and I would say don't get disheartened. Take your learning journey slowly. Don't expect to suddenly make a ball gown or suddenly make a king-size quilt. Build up your skills, you know, slowly. And I would also say that iron is your friend. Use your iron a lot. It makes your sewing look so much better. It helps you get things in place where you want it before you sew, and is a really handy thing to have.
Hi, welcome back. Look what I've got in front of me. I have got a super stack mega bundle humper dumper of Liberty. Look at this, Liberty. This is 33 half-metre pieces. This is a collection. It's the entire collection. It's called Carnaby. So it's one of their newest collections, and it is every single print and colourway in that collection. We launched to the UK market 2 weeks ago, and this is the second time we've ever brought it to you. Look at this huge mega bundle, all 33 of those designs, which effectively means you're getting 2 free. So you're getting 33 for the price of 31. And it is available on split pay. So it's £232.19. So it's 16.5 metres you're getting for that. Or you can have split pay of £77.39, and that would be 3 split pays. So look at it, isn't it incredible? Look at these beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So what we're going to do this hour is we're showing these beautiful collections, all of these collections. Now they are available by the half metre on the website. So when I go through them, if there's one that you particularly like, you can go on the website and you can search for it. But for this hour, we are just doing them as a whole bundle. And we only have a limited number of this Liberty bundle. Oh my goodness, it says we've only got 3 left, because I think we've probably ordered some pre-order. So we've only got 3 of these bundles left, and these are absolutely gorgeous. So there's so many different prints as well as different colours. We'll just spend a little time just to show you each one. So this is the first one. And don't forget you're getting all of these. So here we have this beautiful piece here. Oh, yes, we've had a lot of controversy in the office about giving a metre away free. They're not necessarily terribly happy with this. We have given a half metre away in the past, and in fact the other William Morris bundle you get a half metre, but this we're giving you a whole metre. So you are really saving, what is it? It's £7.49 or £7.99 is it? Which £7.49, so you're saving twice that by having this bundle. And it is beautiful. The fact that you've got every single print from this range by Liberty, and it's so different. It's not your usual Liberty. Look at the print on this. So there's no way we're going to have time to go through every single one of these 33 pieces. So what I'm going to do is what I've tried to do, and I'm not sure I've even succeeded, I've tried to put them together in the colourways of the different patterns you've got. So for this one here, that one I've just shown you, you have these 3 different colourways. Remember, you're getting all of these. Liberty is on the Stories course, is on Carnaby Street, so it makes it very, very, very worthwhile. So this one I have 2 of. 2 of these beautiful prints. So this is a great one for all sorts of things. Small piece, when you're patchwork and quilting, it's nice small print. Oh, there should be 3 of these, so I might have missed one in my putting them together. Then I have this one here. There's only 2 bundles left. Now this, I think, has got to be my favourite print of them all. Isn't that beautiful? It's got a blue background, but it has still got lots of pinks and reds on it. Isn't it gorgeous? Such a lovely one for a summery project. So that's the 3 there of that colourway, or that pattern. Oh, you've got beautiful names as well. They're all sort of Portobello, Piccadilly. Sound like all London names. So these, look at how different these 2 look. So same design, so you've got a red and then you've got a nice soft blue. So again, really beautiful design there. Then I can't find any more than one of this one. So this is just a nice little ditzy print, little daisy, all over print. So really good for small pieces. And then this one, oh, I've got 4, 5 of these. Look at the colours on this. Now this does sort of really say Liberty to me, this sort of print. This is kind of like such a traditional print here, this beautiful little flower. So all of these, remember, and you can find them if you don't want the whole bundle, which is a great deal, remember, because you're getting a metre for free. But if you don't and you only want to buy 5 metres or 3 metres of one particular, you can go on the website to find them. So that's that one, that's 5 of those. Remember, there are 33 prints altogether in this here bundle. Then we have this, so this is a nice stripe, and I think this one is gorgeous again. This will probably be the last time you can get all 33 because we've only got one left, by the way, if everybody who's got them in baskets checks out. Because we are short on some of them, which is why we can't offer the bundle again. So here we have, again, 3. I mean, each time you look at these, I think, oh, which one's that's my favourite. But then again, I like the yellows on that one. I love these, and I love the fact you can put them together because they've been designed as a collection. So we have those 3 there. Oh, then we have this lovely little floor. They're so beautiful. These are all Liberty prints. So those 2. Again, so you've got yellows and then you've got the purples. But they still look good together, even though they're completely different colours. And you're getting all of these. I'm not sure if that's the same as the other one. I don't think it is. It's a little bit different. But it is amazing how they look different when you look at the different colourways. So here, this little floral, look at this. I love the red and the blue. So we're going to have to move on because there are more in baskets than we have available. So please, if you have it in your basket and you definitely want it, and these are the last of that collection. So we've got some nice little all over prints that go beautifully with all these other ones. Do check out if it's in your basket because I'm afraid we have more in baskets than we have available. You can go online and look for individual pieces as well later on today if you wish. But don't leave us to do that now because we've also got... Oh, right, OK, do you want me to do onto the cave bundle yet? OK, I'm going to give you a little sneaky preview. Now this, we weren't expecting to have on the show at all because it wasn't in, but it came in this morning. So look, it's come in, it's all packaged up. So I'm going to open up the packaging and have a quick look while we find see if we can find the code. If not, we'll come back to it. Oh, it's exciting opening up a new bundle of fabric, and these are Cave Facet fabric, so you know they're going to be absolutely superb. I'm just going to put that label on the bundle so we don't lose that. So this is, look at this bundle, and I'm unwrapping it. I'm allowed to unwrap it, yay! If we can't load up the graphics yet, we'll come back to it. But let me have a quick flick through these whilst we're looking. So what we're getting here are all of these fat quarters. There's 20 pieces, and it's from the Ocean range of Cave Facet. Now, these were meant to be delivered in February. And with COVID and shipping and the Suez Canal trouble and everything else going on, we've waited that long for them to come in. So they are now in. If we get any more, it could take months to get them. So we have got these now, but we've got a limited number. We will come back to them once we can find their code, because that is how new and fresh they are. We haven't got them loaded up. We haven't got them on pre-sale or anything, because they've literally come in and we wanted to bring them to you immediately. So I'll come back to those. Just bear with me, because we have them. We will be back. Now, we also have William Morris. So again, remember, this is a collection. We're selling it as a collection. How many pieces have we got in this one? 18 half metres, so it's 9 metres in total. And this time you get this whole collection, but one of these basically is free, because you're getting a half a metre for free. It launched a week ago, so this is all these lovely William Morris colours, the muted colours. And again, you've got all these different designs in it. Some beautiful designs here. It does take months for us to source these fabrics and to get them all in, and then they sell out in 2 weekends, not surprisingly. Look at these. This is so William Morris, this design here. I think this is like typically, you could recognise that one. I'm just sorting them into the different colourways they've got of these bundles. This is called the Granada range. Let's move those out of the way. Oh, look at this one. This is like a real, it's got deers. Isn't that beautiful? So I've got 2 of those there. Oh, I'm just taking a label off of something. Put the label back on. And then we've got this lovely leaf. It's very elegant and classic designs. Leaf. Oh, I love this one. And then that one, oh, I love that one too. I tell you, I love this, I love this, I love this. Look at this one. Again, it just shouts William Morris to me. So you're getting all of these for £127.33p. Isn't that beautiful? Really lovely. Beautiful design. So this would make something beautifully. And remember, you're getting half a metre free, so you could even use a half a metre of this to line a bag, which is very special because it's free. Now, we've priced ours at £7.49. A lot of retailers have put them up to £7.99 for half a metre. So and we've kept our prices down at the moment. But it is only at the moment. We will be forced to, because it's, you know, it's costing more, etc. I think, even though you wouldn't think these are my colours, I think this one's my favourite. It's really stunning. I just love it. It reminds me of pumpkins and things, but I just love the colours in that. Really gorgeous. And with lots of William Morris designs, you could make an absolutely gorgeous quilt using this, mixing and matching these panels. And then you have the same again look, but this time in the muted greens. But let's look at the deers. So we have the deer here in the black. This is really lovely. Look, isn't it gorgeous? It's endearing. Ah. I think it's so lovely. It's getting worse in there. So there we have that one there in the black, but we also have it, and it looks so different when you see it in a different colour. Oh, I've got 2 labels on this. That's a little bit of a worry. Now, we have got a complimentary plain bundle as well. So that's that Steel Deer one in the black, and then in the fawn. The fawn's in the fawn. We are down to single figures of this collection, so if you're interested in this collection, please sort of do grab it whilst you can. It will mean that one of them is, so again, you can get all of these by the ½ metre except for 1 or 2 which will have been sold out. Hence we have the limited number of bundles. So you can see how beautiful all these designs are. And how different they look when they're in different colours. Look at those 2 there. So you've just got here, it's like a self colour. And then here we've got different sort of shades of orange coming in to make it look completely different. So it's really beautiful. I think this one, again, it's sort of got an autumnal feel to it. I absolutely love all of these. All of these different designs look so good together. So we launched this last weekend. And we might not be able to offer this after today. Once it's gone, we won't know that we'll have all of these together. So again, this has got all of these different pieces in here, all these beautiful colours. Again, this lovely little flower in the blue, and then in the pink and green and cream. Same design. Really beautiful. Such a lovely print. I love the fact that there's such a lovely combination here, lights and darks. This is all pre-cut, so if you wanted to purchase 2 bundles, you'll get 2 bundles of ½ metres. So if you want to buy 2 bundles, that's great. So it's £127.33 per bundle, and it is on split pay, of course, at 2 payments of £63.66. Or if you want to just buy, if you wanted to just buy the deers or whatever, you can go on the website and you can find them on there, most of them. Let's look at the complementary bundle that goes with this. So if I bring in the complementary bundle, keep that to one side. So again, this is a whole bundle. You're getting this whole bundle, and this bundle includes 9 fat quarters, sorry, ½ metres, 9 ½ metres in this lovely range of colours. This is Rose and Hubble cotton, which is our core range. Really good quality for the price. This is £29.99 for 9. So it works out at £3.49 for ½ metre of this lovely cottons. So really beautiful. But the thing is about these is they go so well. I mean, these go well with other fabrics as well as the William Morris ones. But look, if I start putting some of these together, I could bring that one out, or that one, or that one. And all of those 3 go beautifully with that one. So you can either sort of pick out the colour, make it really sing out, or you can blend and tone. The same if I go for this one. So this is the William Morris, but look at this. If I go for that one, you see how those go together. So it's up to you how you use these, whether you cut them into smaller pieces and patchwork them together, whether you use the plain as the lining. You can do anything you like with that, but see how beautiful they are together. And we've got that one. So that goes beautifully with the creamy ecru colour, as does that one. But that also goes beautifully with one of the pinks. So these have all been put, this plains has been put together to work well with the William Morris, but it will work well with other fabrics as well, because we've got some other fabrics here that I can see that these plains would go beautifully with. So again, you can sort of keep it like that, or of course you can contrast it. So they do go beautifully well with all of these different fabrics. Oh, look at this one. If I put that, so this is the William Morris collection, and this is our plain. So what you have on the graphics is the plains, but look at that. So these plains will go with so many different fabrics, and they're so useful to have. ½ metre is a nice size piece to have. So you're getting 4.5 metres altogether of these plain fabrics. Really lovely. Now we're going to come back to Kaif now. Let's move that out of the way, move that out of the way. I'm getting surrounded by fabric. Here we come. Look at this. So this is our Kaif fabric. So we've found the graphic now. I say we, this is the royal we, it's not me obviously. So this is $79.99 for this pack, and you have 20 fat quarters here. Look at these colours. Let me open some of these up. Oh, oh, oh. We've waited months, haven't we? 5 months. So this is a lovely lightweight, very lightweight cotton. So this is beautiful. Lovely cotton fabric. Look, it's lovely and light. You can fussy cut this, couldn't you? Isn't that a lovely design? I love the colours. I love the fact. Oh, I'm going to measure one of them. So just so that we know for sure how much they are. So that is well, even if I take it from the inside, that's actually 56.5 by 46. Because our half metres tend to be a little bit, so basically a fat quarter is a quarter of a metre. So if the fabric is, say 60 inches, 150 wide, it would be 75 by 50. But if the fabric width is narrower, then it will therefore be narrower. So it's always going to be 50, but then the other measurement will depend on the width of the fabric. So it's a fat quarter, whatever way you look at it, but they can vary in size. So that's that lovely print there, but then look at this one. These are just so Kaif facet, they really are, and the fabric is beautiful. Have you seen his books and his colour? He's doing a lecture at Festival of Quilts actually, all about colour and inspiration and how to combine it. This is beautiful too, isn't it? It's really like a kaleidoscope, isn't that lovely? Now you're getting all of these fat quarters. So altogether, if you've got 20 fat quarters, it's 5 metres. That's right, isn't it? Work that out. Look at this ziggy-zaggy one. But you see, it just, even though I've just picked up that one, look, it still goes with this one, still goes with this one. They all go with each other. Beautiful. Just a flash of this, a part of this on anything, it would just add. You could use this. We're talking about those dungarees earlier. You know, imagine making the straps, the belt, and maybe a patch pocket on the front out of something like one of these. Works out to about £4 a fat quarter, which is ridiculously cheap for a Kaif facet designer fat quarter. Now, half the stock has already sold out, and we haven't got through even half the colours yet. I'm going through them quite quickly because we've got so much other things to show you, and I don't want to. We've got the batiks. We've got some beautiful florals. So here's this one. So again, it's a sort of it's not a stripe, it's a cross, but the colours all work well together. And then look at this. So a nice little spot, but it's a bit different, isn't it? That would make a lovely little neckerchief, or scrunchies for your hair, or you could make a baby's, what do they call, bandanas, a baby bandana, rather than bibs. It would be just fun to make that. And then feed them with strawberry ice cream. Yes, they are all washable. Beautiful fabrics, and then we've got this like this geo print again. Really beautiful print here. Oh, it goes with my nails. As if I knew. I didn't, but it does, doesn't it? So really lovely. All those colours popping out there. But because it's quite, although it's sort of got big, I think they look like geodes on them, but you can see just a small piece there would still look really effective. So if you're having that as a half square triangle, for instance, that still looks really good, just as that little triangular piece. Still getting the design and the pattern. Pretty. So most of these I've got a sort of base of green at the moment, but we go on to the blues shortly, but still just a couple more. So there's another one of these, the big design that I looked at earlier, but this time keeping the blues and purples. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? I like this. Now this is fabulous. They just look like they're real. These designs just say K Facet, they really do. He does bring his design, his colours are always so vibrant. So let's go through some of the others here. So what we have here, so these, I've got another lot of greenies, and then we start going blue. So I'm just going to fan these out so you can see how these colours look. So we've got the spot again and leaf. Let's quickly look at this one because this looks like it's a big design. Look at that. Look at the colours in that. Really beautiful. So remember, you're getting all of these in this collection, and they're all fat quarters, and there are 20 in total. So we have that. When we have, now we're going into some of the blues. So some of the same prints coming through, but this time in the blues. So look, isn't it gorgeous? So that's this lovely big print again. But it does still go with the greens from before, because the colours do pick out. Now we're only down to single figures left for this. So if you are interested in this superb collection, then do grab it whilst you can. And then we just have a couple more that I haven't shown you from that collection there. Oh, yeah, that is the same. Oh, that's lovely. Is this my favourite one? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, even something as simple as a cushion cover, you know, it really would look gorgeous. We're going to keep that to the side, and we might show you again later if we get time. But if you have it in your basket and you want it, please do check out so you don't miss it. Because it's not just because it's in your basket, it doesn't mean it's yours, not until you've checked out. Because so many times, don't forget, you check out as many times as you like, you only pay the P&P once per day. But so often we have more in baskets than we have available, so it's always a good idea if you want it to check out. We're going to walk across to the other table because I've got loads more on this table, but I want to look at some of these ombre collections, which are absolutely gorgeous. And here I am. How's that? From one to another. I'm just going to have a sip of water. Nice gin. No, it's not. I promise you. It is only water. It's Saturday. No, it's water. So what I've got here... yeah. Look at these. Just look at these. So we start dark and then we go light. So it's ombre. Each of these pieces from light to dark, from dark to light, ombre. So these are half-metre pieces. You get 4 metres. So this is one collection again. You get 4 metres in total. This is the black. If you want them on the half metres, you can search rose ombre. And these will come up. Oh, I'm not sure which one of these. And I think this is my favourite. Isn't that beautiful? And you can search, if you want to buy more of one, you can go online and search. So you could search for this and you could buy this. Now, which would you have, the dark at the top or the light at the top? Wouldn't that make a fabulous dress? I can just see that. Works out at £6.44 half metre. Yeah. I think that way, the red. But isn't it, so you're getting all of these, and they've got sort of like little roses. It's sort of like a kind of rose design on it. It is, it's very, very pretty. Then we have it in the green. So this, you're getting all of these, remember. Look again how the ombre goes. Isn't it beautiful? But you don't have to make a decision because you're getting them all. All of these pieces. And again, this would make a superb quilt. Make such a colourful quilt, wouldn't it, if you used all of these. Can you imagine them side by side? Look at that. It's like a rainbow quilt. Really beautiful. But this is a sort of a jade green. So again, from the dark green through to light. That's nice, isn't it? It's beautiful colours. That's all that same piece. It is, you can, I mean, you can cut sort of the shades separately, but it is beautiful because there is, but you could have it, if you had it as, you know, sort of borders going along a side. If I just fold that up small to imagine it as a border going down a side, it would be lovely the way it goes from colour to lighter. It's really lovely. So that's in the sort of indigo blues. Oh, you could definitely do a barge yellow in this, couldn't you? Absolutely. Oh, yes, that's the thing to do. So what is this? £51.49. I think that's a great idea, Emma. Or was it Hayley? Oh, sorry, Hayley. I thought it was Emma's idea. She's pinching your ideas in there. It's because your voices are quite similar. So look at this one, look. You're probably going to tell me you come from completely different parts of the country, don't you? You're from... So this is lovely. This is sort of pinks. But I love the way it goes from the deep to the light. I think it's gorgeous. And absolutely see that as a barge yellow quilt. I think that's or even as a strip. If you just cut it in simple strips and do a strip quilt, it would be beautiful. Yellows or gold. It's sort of gold to yellow. Look at that. Absolutely lovely. Should come back and tell me off. Because I said I gave you the credit for her idea. That's the yellows. And then finally in this bundle we have this lovely raspberry. I just think this is so gorgeous, I really do. But I can definitely see that. If not barge yellow, a simple stripe quilt. I love the fact, because then you could have the colours going down. So that is that complete bundle. £51.49, and you get all of those. So you've got 8 different colours, but then you've got 10 shades of each colour within each panel. Isn't that amazing? All of that. I absolutely love it. 4 metres in total, that is. That is plenty. That is plenty for a quilt top and a couple of cushions to go with it. Oh, there's only 5 left, so... Yeah, so if you are interested, personally, I'm interested in this one, so feel free to only buy 4. Okay? Just saying. That is really lovely. I love the idea of making a quilt out of that. That's even me talking, because I think you can make a nice simple quilt quite easily, but it will look stunning. Let's have a quick look at the backing fabrics that we were looking at earlier. Now we're bringing them back in now for you to see because of the William Morris fabric bundle we just showed you. These are new to us today, and what you have here, we're calling them backing fabrics because of the width of them. We'll do the red one first. So this one here, So it is 108 inches wide or 2.74 metres. This is half the width because I can't hold it out the full width. This is half the width of it. Oh, here's my handy assistant coming out to hold the other half.
Just desperate to get on TV.
Yeah, so you're desperate, are you? I think you're not though, because you keep trying to hide.
No, we don't want to go on TV.
I thought Hannah looked brilliant the other day.
no,
Didn't she look amazing?
amazing.
Look how wide that is. Look, we have to kind of go like this to see. We got her in. Isn't that like, so see how wide it is? Ridiculously wide, isn't it? I mean, that's wider than a double quilt. I mean, or king size quilt, isn't it? That's wider.
Yeah.
So
6.5.
you could have it that way instead, couldn't you, lengthwise? And then you can buy, metre and a half or something, and then it's huge. So curtains as well. I mean, we're sort of calling it backing fabric because of the width of it, but curtains as well would be perfect in that. So this one's still available. It's only £12.99 for a half metre, even though that half metre is so wide. It is crazy, crazy money. And we also have it in the sort of ecru colour. So this one, so it's the same design. So I'm not going to open it all the way because you've seen how big it is. Same design here, but this time it's more sort of muted. It's just one colour. Now we've only got 15 metres of this left, and then it'll be sold out. So this is the first time we've brought these to you. It's very, very beautiful, can be used for all sorts of projects. And it is that super wide fabric. And if you're spending time on making a really fabulous quilt, I mean, we're saying use it with William Morris because it's William Morris, but of course you could use it with other quilts as well. But if you're going to spend the time to make a William Morris top, then why not get William Morris backing? Makes sense, doesn't it? And this one I think is my favourite of the three. Oh, there's only 2.5 metres left of this. There are only 5 units left of this one. I do love the colours on this. And what is really nice about it is, again, is I fact this one, you can actually sort of have it up anyway. It won't matter, which makes it really good. So that is another beautiful backing fabric. If you have only just switched over, thanks for watching today. Moving to the other desk, here I am again. Keeping my steps up if nothing else. Just stand here, do a few. This one. Oh, look at this. Got little birds. So this launched last week. It's very traditional. I'm just going to fan them out a bit so you can see. These are all half metres again. And then, oh my goodness, you get a metre free. Ah, we launched it in Designer Week. Getting all of these, look. Yeah, take advantage. So 3 of those. Look at all these different colours. So again, you're getting all of these. So that one is the same. That one is, this is the signature one, I think, this one in the middle. That's you're getting all of these different prints here. So how many are we getting altogether? I could count them if you're not sure. 6.5 metres. 6.5 metres, 13 designs. So it's £82.39p. And this is one of the designs. You're paying for 11, but you're getting 13. Look at this design. Isn't this cute? These little birds, butterflies. I think that's so lovely. Fussy cut that. Make sure you have the bird in the middle. I think it's gorgeous. Lots and lots of things you can make with these fabrics. Lovely soft cottons. Really beautiful. That's one of all of these. Oh, Beverly has said, also Wendy, if you use a quilting service, they won't allow sheeting for the backets. So these are ideal, much prettier too. Oh, that's interesting to know. Thank you, Beverly. So if you do use a long arm quilting service, or even just a general quilting service for having your quilts quilted, so you've created the top and then you send them away to have them quilted. Most of you know that, of course. Yeah, you can't use sheeting, which I didn't know because I've never sent a quilt away to be quilted. So that's interesting to know. You might find some that do, but I mean, Beverly seems to know what she's saying there. So it's a thought to be considered. So it's a good idea to buy the proper backing. But look what else I've got here. So this is the Henry Glass. So I have that lovely print. And then I also have, I'm very aware of the time and we've still got loads left. So I'm going to just show you these lovely different colourways. So each time you've got, and you get all of these. And again, they all work well together. So you can see how I'm putting those colours next to each other. So the fact you're getting 2 for free. Then we've got some nice sort of all over prints here that mix in. So it works out at £6.34 for ½ metre, which you really don't see designer fabrics at that price. So that's all of those. And then this one, so you've got 3 of this particular print in different colourways. And this has to be my favourite. It's those beautiful, very beautiful colours again. But do look at the website if you want to consider buying them by the ½ metre. We're selling them here as the collection, the whole collection. So you just search Tarrytown in the Henry Glass fabrics and you will find them. All of those beautiful fabrics there with the lovely bird one as well. So that's our Harry Glass collection. And they're all ½ metre pieces. Can I look at these ones, please, Mum? I do. This is the batiks. And it's all candy shop. Look at these. 100% cotton batiks. 11 different designs, but you're paying for 10. So getting them as a collection. Look at these. Oh, I just love the whole lot there. And batik is so beautiful. Oh, yes. You can do anything with batik. I mean, look at the colours in that. Can you see that? Can you see that as a skirt? Look at that. How beautiful that would be. And it's a lovely soft cotton, so it would flow and it will pleat. But also, if you're thinking about quilting, I mean, that is beautiful because it's an all-over design. And then if you think, if you can be extravagant, can you imagine you've made yourself a beautiful bag and then the lining is this, or the piping as well. So you could have this with lining, you could have it with piping. It would just be glorious. It would make it very designer. So really beautiful. That, I love the blues of that sort of marbling. But this one was the floor. And this is batik, so it's sort of wax resist. So I believe that every piece will be slightly different because of the way it's done. You can use both sides. It's very difficult to tell which is the back and which is the front. It's very difficult. So in fact, if you are dressmaking, then do mark the back with a chalk pencil or something. So when you're putting pieces together, you're putting right and the left, not 2 lefts or whatever. So it's always worth marking it when you can't tell the difference between the back and the front of your fabric. But yes, you can't. Some of the designs are directional, as is this one, with all the stems coming down. How many have we got left of this one? Oh, only down to 8 of this collection. So this is, yes, it's superb. I'm not surprised. But oh, look at this one, this swirly pearly one. I've still got more fabrics to bring to you. Look at that, with all the colours in that. Let's turn it over. So this, I'm only showing you a fat quarter, but it is a ½ metre. It is big. Each one is a ½ metre. It's just gorgeous. Batik you usually pay more for because It's all hand dyed. It's a lovely soft cotton. I mean, just even a simple sarong. You could make a simple sarong with this. It works out at £6.35 per half metre. Look at the red, look at the colours, the depth of colour in this. I do like colour. You'll be surprised to know that. You haven't noticed, have you? Would I? Well, you see, I do that with my boys. Hayley's just said if I open her wardrobe, I'd sigh. And it's the same. My boys like taupe, grey, black, white. How did I have two boys like that? How did that happen? Jake did go through a stage of being, the goths are all black. Well, he did the opposite, and he was colour. And he had a multicoloured jacket. He'd wear with yellow trousers. His hair was all wild. He went through a short stage of being like that, which I loved. But, it was only short-lived. So that's our lovely batik collection. So it really is £69.90 for all of those beautiful fabrics, and you're effectively getting a half metre for free again. So it's really good. No, this one, this one, this one, this one. So I got my eye on these ones because they're all bright. So this is Riley Blake. So we've got some metallics here. So we've got a metallic. So this is a lovely design in black, sorry, in red and white. And then here, this one, you get 8 different designs. Look at this in metallic, look. Isn't that gorgeous? And this one. So you're getting a mixture. You've got red. So basically they're red and white and then sort of cream and gold. And there's 8 different designs. So that's a really pretty one. So again, they go well together. So that's those two. And then we have a lovely gold. Look at that. So again, it's a gold, it's a metallic gold. So we've got leaves and then we've got flowers. And then we've got the swirl. So we've got that same swirl we had there in the red. We've now got it in the gold as well. And then the flowers, we've got it in the red and the gold. So this one must be this one. So you've got 2 different designs, but they're in the red and the gold. It's such a lovely soft cotton too. Look at that, with a little bird. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that in the red. I think that's really lovely. And then this is it in the gold. Oh, it hasn't got any birds on this one. Oh, so it's not quite the same, this one. This is just, now this, because of the gold metallic, this is a crisper cotton than the one that's not got the metallic print on it. But I love that gold, isn't it a sort of a glorious edging or sashing or lining, really splash out on a beautiful lining for something. Really beautiful. So this is £58.99 and you are getting 2, 4, 6, 8. So 4 metres in total, 8 half-metre pieces. I'm so sorry, just 1 second. It's my phone, which I never normally have in me. They're probably phoning me to tell me I'm on national television. I don't normally have the phone in with me, but I brought it in to take photos to put on Facebook and I didn't take it back out again, so I do apologise. I am in trouble. That's like the real faux pas, isn't it, to have your phone? So this is our Riley Blake collection, £58.99. And we have 8 half-metre pieces, 4 of which have got this glorious metallic thread. Then, and I'm not going to get through all of these, am I? Because I have more. I have more and more and more. So I have 3 more bundles. Look at these. So if I don't get to these, please do have a look on the website. So what we've got here, this is called 2 Kisses. True Kisses. Okay, True Kisses. So this is beautiful. So look at these lovely floral designs again. And you've got, oh, that's an even bigger one, and that one, and that one, and then a different one here. So you get an 11, and which means that half a metre is free. Because they're £7.49 a half metre, and this is £74.90 for 11. So that would normally be the price for 10. So look at that. I'm going to open up. Got to open up the red, haven't I? Look. Look at that beautiful print. Again, absolutely glorious. It would make such a colourful quilt, a beautiful summery tote bag, a dress, kimono top, wrap. There's all sorts of things you can make with these beautiful prints. Lovely cotton as well. So that print comes in 3 colourways in this pack. So they're really beautiful. Such colourful fabrics. Then we have this floral. Again, comes in, oh, I've got two codes on this one. So that's really beautiful again. 2 colourways in that one. We have 2 colourways in this one. I'll keep that with that one. And then I have just 1 in this one, I think. Slightly different to that. Lovely print. And then this, look at this glorious sort of orange colour. It's burnt orange, isn't that lovely? Really beautiful colour. So if you want them as half metres, if there's only one that you want, do go on to the website and you will find them there, or most of them. And then this lovely sort of jade green. So the designer is Heather Bailey. Heather Bailey is the designer. Now we also have 2 more quick collections. Oh, these are beautiful as well. Which one should I go for first? Let's go for the purples here. So actually these are the same but different colourways. So this is the purple one. Oh, does it look blue? So it's purpley blue. Yes. So it's definitely purpley blue. So this is very blue, but this is more purple. Purple and blues going through. Lovely design. So I've got turtles on it. Little fish. It's really very, very pretty. So this is a really pretty purple design, and it's £36.99, and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 half metres. So it's 2.5 metres altogether for £36.99. I can't, yeah, so this is, oh, let's show you the web image. Let's have a look at the web image. Oh. And then I'm just getting the green one out as well. So this is more green. So this is like the jade green one. Are we getting the images to show? So this first one I looked at, that is what it is, and that on the website is what it looks like. Yes, yes, that what it looks like on the website is what it looks like. It's our studio lights are kind of making it darker. It is definitely more purple. Yes, yes, that's what you're getting, and they're absolutely beautiful. So really different, lovely, different prints, and they have a batik feel about them, but they're not. And then the last one, grab it whilst we can, is this. So same prints, but this time it's sort of in a teal background. But this one is particularly colourful. So again, £36.99 for all 5 half metres. The designer is Dan Morris. But look, all the fish. Isn't it lovely? I love the colours on that. So that is really, really beautiful. So lovely pack there. For £36.99 you're getting 5 half metres, so 2.5 metres altogether. Before we go to the break, we're just going to recap the Kaffe bundle, which was brand new today. And you're getting 20 fat quarters, 20 different fat quarters. We didn't even have the graphics or anything. It wasn't on pre-order because we just didn't have it. So this is so new. Now there are only 14 left. Now we have waited 5 months for these to come in. They were delayed 5 months. So if you want this, now's the time to grab whilst you can. Look at this. They're just so gorgeous, all of these different colours. And they all go together because Kaffe does that. He mixes his patterns and his colours, creates really colourful work. And you can use simple designs. You can just, if you're quilting and patchworking with it, you can just use simple squares and triangles. That's all you need to do because the fabric will say it all. You get all of that for £79.99. Now, Adelle is coming back to join me and she's going to be showing us 3 different patterns, 2 of which she's going to do a little bit of a demo of. One is the top with the bias binding neckline and the other is the skirt. So we have those patterns from Sussex Seamstress and we have some fabric to go with them. So we will see you again in just a few minutes.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Welcome back. So I'm joined in this hour by Adelle and these lovely patterns and some fabrics. So what Adelle is going to do is she's going to show us how to make this top, or steps for making this top, particularly for the shirring on the sleeve, which is one of the features of it, and also for the skirt, which I think was previously made by Mark, didn't you say?
No, I made this.
Oh, you made the skirt.
Yeah,
oh, right. Mark made the top. You made the skirt. So we're also going to show the skirt. So we've got 3 patterns to choose from here. These are in front of me here. We're going to run through the patterns in the stack. We're going to start with the first one, which is this one. Are they all going to fall over when I pick that out very carefully? So it's sort of designed for chiffon fabric, but you don't have to use chiffon fabric. You can use different fabrics. And I'm just going to, let me just move those out of the way for a second. So here is I'm going to open it gently because the pattern envelope doesn't have all the information on it. What you have is the information is inside. So this is, I can't do this gently and carefully, I've got to say, it's going to ruin it. Okay. So what you have inside is you have your pattern pieces which are on paper. So use your paper scissors to cut out. And they are on sort of single-sided, so you just cut them out. You don't have to worry about tracing off or anything. You have your different sizes on there, and you've got different types of lines for each of the sizes. So if you decide you're a size 14 or 16, you can see which line to follow. Makes it nice and easy to do so. Then you have the instruction sheet. Now the instruction sheet does include the size range. And this size range is from, well, it's just called it 8 to 22, but we were saying earlier, don't go by that, go by measurements, because that can be completely different from pattern to pattern or indeed high street. So what you need to do is you look at your bust size, so this is in centimetres. Have you got the tape measure there, please? Yes, I do. Thank you, because I'm going to work in old money. So, so for instance, let's go for it goes from an 8 or 84 centimetre bust, which in old money is 33 inch, up to a 22, which is 116 centimetres or 45.5 inch bust. So that's quite useful to know. So normally if you choose a top, you choose by your bust size, unless you're do a full bust adjustment, in which case you choose by your high bust size and then you make an adjustment. But it's quite useful to know what sizing and do it by that. Do not do it by your ready-wear size. So this is the one that we're going to be working on today. Then we also have, so we have another top pattern here, this one here. So this one, is it a halter or is it tied at the sides?
No, it's tied at the sides around the neck and then the gather comes.
Okay, so you've got ties on both sides or one side?
No, just one side.
So you've got ties on one side?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of that goes through a drawstring, does it, sort of thing? And there we are, there's a photo of it. Now Adelle was going to wear it, but you couldn't because she hasn't got the right underpinnings on. I had to tell them. Things we do, you see, things we do for the show. But this is, I mean, here on the pattern, it looks like it's a little mini dress, but it's a top, or you could extend it to a mini dress, couldn't you?
And then you could put a belt around the waist. Yeah.
Which would be really nice, wouldn't it?
Yes, definitely.
I made something very, very similar for a fancy dress party, and it was like a 70s. Oh. And it basically, I just sewed up the sides and put like a drawstring with ribbon through to create this look. So it's really lovely, very simple, easy to wear.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of a sort of a collar at the top as well, so the channel doesn't go very like straight to the top.
Yes, I like that. It's almost got like a ruffle.
Yes.
Yes.
Underneath the neck.
Now the two fabrics we have available for these tops. So we've got the one that we've seen it made up in, and which I think you're using as well, aren't you? This is a 3-metre bundle, and it's a very soft. Is it a cotton poplin? It's really lovely. It's either cotton or cotton poplin, or cotton and polyester. It might be a mix. It's beautiful, very soft and floaty, very nice fabric. Now the pattern does call for chiffon, but don't feel you have to, because chiffon's quite difficult to work with. So this is actually going to be easier to work with because it's a nice cotton and it's a really lovely big print. And you're getting 3 metres here for £46.99. Now this is the fabric on its own. You do need to buy the pattern separately. So this is that particular fabric that we've actually got made up twice, and the one that Adelle is using. So that's very pretty fabric there. We've also got a very lightweight navy. This is called a chalice lawn. Oh, the one I've just shown is a chalice lawn. Okay. And then we've got the navy. So this is very soft and floaty. In fact, you might well need to wear a camisole underneath it because it is quite, you can't see that there, but it is sort of quite, not transparent, but you can see. This is by the ½ metre and it's £7.99. So how much would you need to make the top that you're working on today? What's that? Yeah, put it on there.
So if it's 115 centimetre wide, it's 3 metres. If it's 150, it's 1.6.
Let's have a quick measure. I'll just quickly measure what it's going to be, something like 140, isn't it, just to be awkward. Get to the end of it. It's 150. We're all right. It is 150. Yeah. So 150, you need 1.6. Yeah. So you'd have to get 2 metres really to be sure. If you want this lovely blue. Just apologies for the fact that our example here is quite creased. That's because it's in and out of bags, in and out of the warehouse, but easy to iron out those creases. But it is lovely and soft and very drapey. It would make that top beautifully, I think.
Oh, yes.
So if you wanted a plain. So let's get into the demo. And you start showing us, well, you're just going to show particular techniques on this one,
yes, because we're going to look at 2 patterns today. So with the first pattern, we're going to look at the sleeve. So it's got a really pretty feature actually, that it's sheared at the end, so there's a sheared cuff. So they call it a bishop sleeve, so it sort of bellows out. And having this fabric that's a little bit more structured than chiffon, it will give a really nice sort of ballooned sleeve, which is beautiful.
Its sleeves are really in at the moment, aren't they? Oh, the big sleeves are in.
Yeah, I love a big puff sleeve.
I like a puff sleeve, yes.
Yes, I've got a few jersey jumpers actually that have got a tight cuff here and then a big puff around here. And when I first made them, I was a bit like, oh, is people going to sort of go, that's a bit of a crazy sleeve? But no, they're all in at the moment. So yes, we're going to look at how we're going to do shearing here and then inserting a sleeve. Because we're not doing it on the flat. I've already made up most of this bodice and we're going to insert that sleeve into there. So it does have a little keyhole feature here that you do need to sew up first before you put the bodice together, and the front does have this centre seam. So if you've got a pattern, you could spend some time and actually get that pattern matching, but it's totally preference. I have to admit, I don't really pattern match. I know some people are very, very particular and will always get a perfect match there. That's why I wouldn't work very well on the sewing bee, would I? They'd point out all my patterns like, that doesn't match. Oh, well, no one's going to say to me, oh, you've got half of one there. Anyway, let's move on. So shearing. Now, shearing does just take a little bit of patience. That's the word I'd say. So you get elastic like this, just on a spool, but you don't put this in the top. This goes on your bobbin. So what you do need to do is hand wind it. But we were just talking as well, there's different variations of what we can do. So I'm going to show you one variation and we'll talk about another way that you can do this. So just hand wind this onto your bobbin. I've got a spare one here. And when you're winding it on, don't pull it and add tension. Try and give no tension at all. So sort of let it run through your fingers as you're winding it on. And what I've found with when I'm doing shearing, you get through this really quickly. Yeah. Because you can't get as much cotton on your bobbin as you normally would do. So you're going to have to get yourself a few set up ready. Otherwise, you're going to have to stop, start, stop, start. And if you've got the momentum going, go for it.
And practice?
Pardon?
Practice?
Oh, yes. Get yourself a bit of scrap. That's what I've actually been doing this last hour, just to make sure that you've got all the tension right, and just practice. And also, a good technique is steam is really important here, because steam will help afterwards to pull those elastic fibres back together and give that lovely sort of spring that shearing is. So if you look at this pattern piece, doesn't that look huge? It looks like it's a really nice dramatic sleeve. So I've already hemmed the very bottom of this sleeve, because you don't want to hem it after you've done your shearing. That's going to be far too difficult to do. And we're going to do 4 lines of shearing along this bottom piece here. Okay, so fingers crossed, let's go. So another thing as well, the bobbin, the shearing wants to be on the wrong side. So make sure, normally I quite often sew things the wrong side up. This time we need to have the wrong side down, right side up. So let me get my machine set up. And
I've got a lovely comment from Janet here. She says, love watching this show. You learn so many things even when you think you already know it.
Oh, well, do you know what? I always use that slogan at school. Every day is a school day. There's always
Every day's a learning day,
yeah.
Yes.
Always you can learn new things.
I agree. Oh, and Samantha was talking, because earlier on we said, so how many machines have you got? And she obviously told us how many machines, and she said, I forgot the embellisher and the old singer. That makes 10. Oh, that's bad, isn't it? No.
No.
Not bad, not bad.
So you were talking earlier that you had a hand crank singer. We rescued one from a charity shop. I found one in a charity shop going in my local town, and I couldn't leave it there. So we took it home, we've got it serviced, and we've got it working.
Have you?
Yes, and also on those machines actually has a model number on. You can go online and find out exact date that it was made.
That's fabulous, isn't it?
Oh,
I'm sorry, we're talking when you're doing, but what have you done?
It's okay. So what I've done already is I've done my first line of stitching with my shearing elastic. So the elastic
straight stitch,
just
regular
straight,
stitch length.
yeah. And we're going to use the steam afterwards that will help draw that in as well. So I hope this has got water in, yes, and I can get this on steam. Does that mean it's on steam? I think so.
So is the pattern easy to follow if you've never used a Sussex Seamstress pattern before?
Oh yes, absolutely. They're very just clear and concise. They just get to the point. There's no fussing around. It's straight to the point with these patterns. And again, do you remember what we said earlier? Don't assume that you were a size so-and-so in one pattern and then come to this pattern and just instantly cut out your size. Because with dressmaking, all the pattern blocks are made so all patterns have a different block that they're made from, and each designer has their own block that they make from. So I've definitely found when I've used different people's, different companies' patterns, sometimes I do need a bit more tweaking in certain areas.
You have to have what's known as wearing ease. So you've got wearing ease, which is how much ease you need to move, but you've also got designer ease, and some designers like things big and baggy.
Yes.
So they will have a lot of designer ease included, which is why if you can see finished garment measurement as well as the body measurements, you can compare the two and see how much ease has been allowed.
Yes, I know a lot of the big four patterns, don't they? They have a lot of different ease.
Yes,
so
definitely.
do be mindful, because a designer has a vision in mind, don't they? But that also means that if they have a lot of ease, doesn't mean that you have to go with that ease. Oh, why is this? Oh, that's why you could actually, if you want it a bit tighter, go down a size.
Yeah. So you're just doing another straight line. So you've got the stitch length at 2.5 or whatever.
Yep.
Straight line, and because the shearing elastic's in the bobbin, it's pulling it up.
Yes.
And you do find, don't you, when you do the second and third, it seems to pull it up more.
Yes.
So the first one doesn't seem that gathered, but the second and third do.
And that's why you never do just one line of shearing. Also, you can't really use the automatic thread cutter. You have to come out, cut, and leave yourself almost a tail, because it will not cut.
No, you might actually damage it.
Yeah.
And the other thing I like about this pattern, we've only got 33 of this blouse pattern left. It's got an online tutorial video. So you've got a link to the video, it says, and it's got the website address in here. So you can actually have a little tutorial on it, which I think is really, really, really handy thing to have. Very clear, as Adele's saying, about how you do the shearing.
Yeah, and what I like about online tutorials is I'm a very visual learner. I want to see it being done. So being able to see it going through the machine, knowing all those sort of bits that could crop up as a difficulty does help me. That's why I like patterns that have got really nice clear pictures.
Yes.
I don't know if I could ever do a pattern that's just words. I need to be able to visualise what's happening.
It does certainly help, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially if you've got the words and then the pattern alongside it, because then you can see, you know, you sort of read it and think, what? And then you look at the illustration. Ah, now I know what they mean. Now I know what they mean.
So I've done my 4 lines, and as you can see now, we've got, oh look, it's just pinged out from me. So I'm just going to steam that again, just to really pull those elastic sort of fibres back in. And it does help, a lot of steam. There we go. Like, as I steam, you can see it's even getting smaller. I actually really love shearing. I've only just come into shearing, but I made a summer dress last year where shearing was on the back panel, and it's so comfortable to wear.
Oh yes, they are.
Because it's a button-up dress that sometimes you might feel quite constricted, but with it having it on the back panel, it just gives me that little bit of ease. And I've also got one that's here, and I call it my pudding dress. So I can eat more pudding with it.
Puddings.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, you can actually get shearing thread.
Can you?
Yeah, so it looks like a normal thread, and then you sew with it, and then you do exactly what you're doing now. You steam it, and the steam makes it go.
Oh, see, I'm going to look out for that now. So the steam really has helped bring that piece
and it doesn't it look nice? It makes such a difference to the end.
It looks, and it's also very comfortable to wear on your wrist. So what we're going to do now is we're going to sew up the sides. Now, you will have lots of threads. Don't cut them off until you've sewn, because you don't want to cut and then that shearing elastic get pinged in and start unravelling. So we're going to now, and this is where as well we just need a little bit of patience. We're going to have to make sure that that seam's nice and flat, even though we've got a gather at that point. And then we're going to swap back over to a normal bobbin, which I've got just in here. There.
Michelle Marie's just agreeing with you. She says she's a visual learner and quite often gets confused by the way patterns are written.
Yes.
And it is the thing, it's to, if you can find a pattern that has both, but to have a video tutorial as well, I think is a fabulous idea, I really do.
Yeah.
Hats off to Sussex Seamstress.
Yeah, I've been teaching myself crochet and knitting, and I cannot follow words with that. I have to see that work. I have to actually see.
So you have to watch Yarn Lane for crochet in particular.
Yeah, I've just been talking to her. Actually.
I know, I honestly, and I watch it and I think I can do this. I can absolutely do this because they make it look so simple, don't they? But I still don't get around to doing it. But I will. I have got a kit to do at home. I just need to do it.
Well, I've just made a few of my first garments crocheted, and the first one, I have to say, was far too small. My 11-year-old ended up with it. She was very happy, but I was a bit gutted I'd spent all that time. So I'm just going to change my bobbin over now to my regular. No longer do I need my shearing bobbin. And we're just going to sew up the underside seam of this. So I'm going to start from the top. I don't want to start at the bottom here because that's going to get sort of caught up in my dog feed, in my plate.
Feed dogs,
so,
yeah.
Yes, my feed dog. So I want to start at the top where I've got a nice flat piece of fabric. Now this has actually 1 centimetre seam allowance. That's another thing as well when moving between designers. Be very careful, double check what is the seam allowance.
Yeah, so I mean, I always say read the pattern through before you even start.
Yeah.
Sit with a coffee, read it through, get a general idea of how it's all put together.
Yeah.
And as you say, check in seam allowances and things.
And also, what I sometimes do as well, if anyone's on social media, I quite often look at the hashtag for the actual outfit that I'm making and look at others and see how is it fitting their body. Sometimes people will put on where they've found difficulties and things like that. So then that's almost like I've got a preempting warning of what could go wrong. So I've done that. Now I could finish off these seams here with my overlocker or my pinking shears or even zigzag stitch, but we're not going to do that today. I'm just going to chop that off so that we can get onto the sleeve. So I'm going to turn this sleeve the right way. So as you can see now, I've got, let me turn it the right way so it actually looks like the sleeve. So I've got a beautiful feature now on my, God, doesn't that look lovely?
It does. It
looks
does
really
look lovely.
pretty. Right, it's
now we've just got about 25 minutes left. So
Yep.
if we pop the sleeve in.
Yep, and then we'll get on to
the skirt.
Yeah.
You're going to show some tips on gathering, aren't you?
gathering, yes.
So, you know, the steps to make this entire blouse, of course, are very clearly illustrated, not illustrated so much as clearly described, but there are illustrations as well. But they're very clear and very easy to follow, very comprehensive, step by step on how to do everything. You know, even sort of when you're doing the stitching and things, how much space between each line, etc.
Yep.
Now we've got lesson 20 of this pattern now. So if you are interested in this pattern, and just to remind you, it's this one here. So you can see it's beautiful here in the chiffon. And they've actually put a belt round it by the looks of it, which you could do. And they've used, for the bias binding, they've actually used the same fabric colour.
Yes.
That's what you're planning to do,
Yes,
isn't
so
it?
I've got the bias binding cut out here. Again, I use another tutorial to learn how to cut that out. It tells you exactly how much you need for which size and what width. Because if you're using chiffon, it says to do a 5 centimetre width, whereas if you're using more of a stable fabric, you only do 4 centimetres.
Yes, exactly. Do you need to stretch the fabric for all? Do you need to stretch the fabric for the shifting after row 1, please?
No, no. It's almost
fabulous dressing shows for newbies. Love Adele. Great demos, hints and tips.
Oh, thank you very much. If you're a newbie, yes, go for it. So with the shearing, like you said, the first one does look a little bit, it's not really done much. As you put it through, your pressing foot will actually flatten it out. So I use the side of my pressing foot as a guide between the 2 lines of stitching, and I didn't need to stretch it out.
No.
It just went through really nicely.
Now we have another Comet Fab demo. I have not used shearing before, but would give it a go now. Thanks, Adele.
Yay!
Yes, do, because it does make a lovely finish. It's great on kids' wear as well.
Oh, yes, because everyone knows the time you spend on a child's outfit and then they've already grown out of it. It's so frustrating, isn't it?
And this, Carol says, hi ladies, I thoroughly agree that videos really help with understanding of patterns. Love the show, says Carol. I totally agree, I really do.
So I've now just inserted my sleeve, matched up my notches. So there's 3 notches here. So I think almost every dress pattern I've come across, the front has 1 notch, the back has 2 notches. And then this also gives you a notch on the shoulder. Now, when you're cutting out this shoulder, don't be alarmed that the top of the shoulder, it doesn't look like in the centre. It
won't be.
It all does work out.
The reason for that is that you need more room and give in the back,
yes.
because when you bring your arm forward, you need more fabric here than you do at the front. That's why it's important to match the double notch on the back with the double notch on the back on the garment.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, you'll end up with sleeves going like that.
And also, I have in the past put a sleeve in back to front.
Yes.
I did it on a blazer and it just was so frustrating.
I think one of the contestants, I can't remember which series it was, but one of the contestants on Great British Sewing Bee did that with a jacket.
Yes!
And it really did. It looked like he had one arm going backwards and one arm going forwards.
Yeah, and when I first put it on, I was like, oh, do you think I could get away with this? And I put it on, it was so uncomfortable.
Yeah, it would be.
No, I can't do that. So there we go. The sleeve is in. Let's bring it round.
What do you think of the fabric to work with? Is it good for beginners?
Oh,
or?
Brilliant for beginners, because I know I started making with quilting cotton, which is brilliant, but it didn't feel very comfortable to wear. This goes through in the machine really nicely. It cuts out very nicely. It's brilliant for beginners and it will be comfortable to wear. So there we've got our 2 sleeves in. Oh, there we go, look. Beautiful.
That's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. So really you've just got the hem and the neck to do.
Yep, just the neckline binding. Yeah. It's a little bit of gathering here at the front, and that's obviously creates the shape as well around the bust, and then it gives you really clear instructions of how to put that binding on if you've never put bias binding on before.
Yeah, so you've got there how to do that front gathering. But the thing to remember on this pattern, I haven't opened the others, but I'm guessing it's the same, is it has got a video tutorial that you can get by going onto the website listed on the pattern.
Yes.
So that's really good. Now the fabric that you've used, you can get by the ½ metre. It's £7.99. It's 145 wide. That's why the bundle is 3 metres. You might not need all 3 metres. You might end up being able to get a little top or something out of what's left.
I think you could almost, do you think?
I don't know, you might do.
Careful Tetris. You might be able to get this top out.
As well, you might be able to. Depends on the size you're making, of course, doesn't it?
Yes.
Now we're going for the skirt. Now this skirt, you'll see a lot of these in the shops at the moment. This skirt, it's got the sort of gathering, so you've got tiers. As you can see there on the example that you made, the one I made earlier.
Yeah, feel like Blue Peter.
Here's the one I made earlier. So this is one that you can make out of soft flowy fabrics, you can make it out of quilting cottons, you can make it out of any kind of cotton, polycotton, etc. So yet again, what you have here is the pattern. Do you need your instructions?
No.
So I can save opening that one, thank you.
Go.
So you've got the pattern, the full size pattern, all the sizes are different kind of lines, so you can follow the line you need. And for this one, your sizes again are 8 to 20, but talking about that in sizing, I'm just going to look at the waist. So depending on whether you're very hippie or not, you normally choose a skirt by your hips and then adjust the waist. This one, because it's sort of gathered, you might want to check both and see which is the easiest one to work with and change. So this one, the waist is 67 for the first size, which is 26-inch waist. Yeah, right. Or 20. Or 91, goes up to 91, which is a 36-inch waist. So that's the 2 sizes. And then hips, it goes from 93 Oh, we've got a nice example on the website. Oh, this is a similar kind of skirt. Oh, it's the same skirt. Oh, right, okay. She has, hasn't, I like that. So she used a different one for the sort of yoke. And the thing about this skirt design, if you've got a bit of a tummy, as a lot of us have, if you have a wide yoke like that comes down to hip, it hides that. You haven't got gathers on your tummy.
Yes, which could feel like it may stick out.
Exactly. So I think it's a really nice style for most people. So yeah, those are the sizes it goes up to. And yet again, you've got all the details about how to make it. It's a beginner level. We've got 20 minutes, so do you want to crack on with your demos?
Yes, so we're going to talk about gathering. I'm actually a big fan of gathering. I prefer gathering than pleating. I really like the look that gathering gives. But it can be a bit frustrating because there's a few things, and if you skip those few things, they do catch you up at the end. So I've got my 2 bottom tiers here. And as you can see, they look huge, don't they? So there is quite a lot of fabric that we're going to be gathering in here. I've already done my side seams. Now be very careful, the zip, this has a zip pin here. It does the yoke, but also it does come down onto this tier. So just be very mindful, there is a notch that you need to sew up to. Don't sew all the way up to that side there. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to gather this and put it into there. So we've got that amount and we need to gather it like this, okay? So I get my machine and put it up to the widest stitch length, the absolute widest. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 lines of long stitching across here. Now, I will not go all the way round because then if that snaps, that's a lot that I've got to pull back out. So do it in sections. So I'm going to do the front section 2 lines and then the back section 2 lines. So I'm going to admit, Wendy, that I have done a shortcut and tried to do it with 1 line of gathering stitches. And either when I'm pulling and it snaps and then I'm like, oh.
So yeah, you're right, they always suggest you do 2 lines, and you should, because the only other way you could do it to save on doing that is to do half the front, to do it in quarters rather than the front and the back.
Yeah.
And then you're not pulling up so much each time.
Yeah.
It is trying to pull up long lengths that is an issue.
Yeah. And I'm going to leave the ties long at either end so I can pull from either side, rather than having to push that gather all the way along this length. I've also seen a technique recently about gathering where it's a bit like the shearing technique that we talked about, that you get a piece of just thicker thread or string even, put that in the middle, zigzag over and then pull the string. And I've not tried it.
Yes, it does work.
Does it work?
Yeah,
there we go.
And it is really good if you're working with thicker fabrics, heavier weight fabrics, which aren't so easy to gather, but you still want to gather.
Oh, so there we go. I'm going to maybe try that again.
I think I've got here the fabric that you're working with. So this is a 2 metre bundle of this fabric. So it has this sort of linen feel to it, doesn't it?
Yes, but very, very soft.
But it's very soft, very, very soft. So it will gather beautifully. So this is if you want to do it in this size. So there's 2 metres and that's £18.99 for the 2 metres. We also have 2 other plain options for you to choose from. Again, very, very soft and floaty fabric this. I've got the sort of, it's the green, mint green. They are available in half metre as well. This is a 2 metre bundle for £29.99. It's a very soft, very floaty fabric. So it's £29.99. It's not the same as the cream. No, it's not. It's I would say it's probably a viscose, to be honest, but I'm not sure. It's a very soft, floaty fabric. It is viscose, yeah. And then we have the same sort of lightweight viscose fabric here, but this time in this really dusky pink. Very floaty. But of course it would look beautiful in a patterned fabric too. And some of those cottons we were looking at earlier, if you go for cottons that are nice and lightweight, they will gather beautifully and look absolutely gorgeous in this. Or as indeed Sussex Seamstress has shown us, if you think about doing the yoke in a different colour and even the bottom border in a different colour, that would look great too.
Yeah, like a border print.
Yes.
Fabric. So as I'm sewing these stitches, they're even wanting to gather up themselves.
Now you can get a gathering foot, which helps gather lengths. And the way to start that is you actually stop the fabric feeding through from behind the presser foot as you start, and it starts bunching up, and then it gathers.
Oh, right. Oh, I might have to have a look
You have
into
to have a
that.
look at-
Yeah.
But I must admit, my favourite one for gathering is actually the one that does the pleating as well.
Oh,
You know,
really?
the big foot that looks like an ugly torture instrument.
Oh. Oh, I think I need a new machine with all these. Now, already you can see that just putting that on a long stitch has brought it in to the length that I want. But I want to distribute these gathers more evenly, because towards the end the gathers aren't quite there. So all I'm doing when I do this is I sort of feel it and I'm pushing it very slightly and just moving it along. There's not really much tension in my hands. I'm just sort of moving them around, and I'm going to do the back as well. Now, when we put the straight piece, the flat piece, onto this gather, it can start to feel that it can fold in, it can twist. So you've just got to be very careful, and lots of pins at this point. So I've got my gathers. Now, let me put this the right way round. So I've got that way, and I'm going to put this over the top. So I've got right sides matching on this bottom tier. So I'm going to find my sides first, my side seams, match my side seams up, and then again I'm going to just be very mindful and make sure all my gathers are distributed nicely along this length. I don't want all gathers sitting at one point. I want them sort of to sit out nicer. There we go. What's that one there?
Yeah, so if it isn't even, it would end up sort of being clumpy in one part or another, wouldn't it?
Yes, yes. And you kind of want it, if you're spending this time on it, just be very patient. It will pay off. So I'm going to have my gathers on top and my flat piece of fabric on the bottom. That will also help when it goes through the machine, because the flat plate will take the flat piece, my feed dogs underneath. Is it feed dogs, Wendy?
The feed dogs are the little grippy teeth that
There
go
we
up and
go,
down.
yeah. I am saying the right word.
Yes. But the other good reason for doing that as well is if you've got the gathered section on top, you can make sure that the gathers are going sort of down the garment, rather than occasionally getting caught and being a bit skewed.
Yes, I actually have a dress where I didn't realise till I put it on that they were skewed, and I was like, ooh, and then I've had to sort of unpick that section. Now, all my gathering stitches are within my seam allowance, so afterwards you can leave them in and finish off that seam like with your overlocker, and it'll encase those, or you can take them out. That's really just personal preference. What do you normally do? Do you leave them in?
I
or
would leave
take
them in.
out?
If they're inside the seam allowance,
You
I
can
would leave
just
them in.
Leave them in.
Margaret Lynch has said, brilliant demos by Adelle once again. Thank you, Sewing Street. I've been dressmaking for umpteen years, but love all your dressmaking shows and can learn different techniques.
Oh,
thank you, Margaret.
Thank you. Oh, I'm
umpteen.
Umpteen.
Yeah, I suppose it's quite an old word, isn't it? Umpteen.
I hope I'll be able to say that in the future.
Many. Well, we do. I mean, it's absolutely right, as you were saying earlier. I mean, I say every day is a learning day, as my friend Sue and I always say to each other, because you do learn something. It doesn't matter how much knowledge you've got on any subject.
Yeah.
I mean, for instance, I'm an absolute expert cook. I'm really not. But no, I mean, I have been sewing for many, many years, but that doesn't mean that I know everything. Of course it doesn't.
Yeah.
And there are always new methods to learn, new ways
Yes.
of doing things to do. So
yeah. And also, you do find your rhythm of what works for you. So there are several ways to do all these techniques, and especially when you get onto things like inserting zips and so forth like that. find what works for you, even if it's different from how other people do it. It doesn't mean that you're doing it wrong. It's
Absolutely.
It's how it works for you. You get there in the end, don't you? With an amazing outfit you can stroll out in.
And you say, when somebody says, doesn't it look amazing, you say, thank you, I made it myself.
Yay!
You don't say, oh yes, but.
Oh, but then you do get the people that say, oh, but can you make me this? Can you make me that?
The answer is no. I remember one of
I'll say, I'll teach you how to make it.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I say. I will help you make it if you want to learn how to.
Yeah.
But yes, no, I don't say for other people. I remember one of the Great British Sewing Bee shows, and Patrick said to somebody who'd said she didn't make for anybody else, oh, you're a selfish sewer, are you? And I took umbrage with that. I thought, no, I'm not a selfish sewer.
No.
I sew for myself. It's my pleasure.
Yeah, it's my hobby.
I don't want to say any more than anybody that cooks suddenly wants to be asked to make a 3-course dinner by somebody. Would you make me a 3-course dinner then? No.
Yeah. Well, like I make for my children and my husband, and what I like about that is it's a gift to them.
Yes.
So then I feel like instead of going to buy something, I've put time and love into that, and it's a gift. It means something then. The other day, actually, was it yesterday? No, it was Thursday. I turned up home and my husband was in his T-shirt that I'd made him. And I have to say, he's worn it a few times, but it still gave me a real sort of warm smile and a warm feeling that he'd chosen to put that on over other things. So.
Even though you weren't at home at the time, he put it on. It wasn't just because you were there.
Yeah. Although he has now got a list of, I've got little jobs. I need to make face masks, and then also a little camping bag.
Yeah, little snag bag.
Yeah.
I had to make masks for all my boys, my 2 boys and their friends.
Yes.
Because they wanted their own masks.
Particular ones.
Yeah.
I made them for the science department at school, science-themed ones.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so space ones and like ones with scientific equipment on, so that we could be a bit on brand.
So do you have to wear that when you're teaching?
So at the moment, the rules say that we wear them within communal areas, so corridors, and then whilst I'm teaching, I'm at a sort of a distance from the students. I have a particular line on the floor that I'm not allowed to cross unless I've got my mask on. So it's a little bit different. There was the one time at the very start when we came back in March that all students and teachers, no matter if we were at the front or not, we still had to wear masks. So some students are still choosing to wear it, and that's brilliant.
Yeah, I think it should be personal choice.
Yeah.
And you're teaching between 11 and 16s, aren't you?
Yes.
So it's slightly different, because primaries don't have to wear masks.
Not at all, no.
I can understand that as well, though, because, you know, as my son says to me, it doesn't alter how you breathe. It doesn't affect your breathing, he tells me. But it does. I mean, they're not comfortable to wear, really. But it's a practical solution, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I went on a train the other day, and the train journey was like 2.5 hours, and had to wear my mask all the time. So coming back, I actually got some breakfast to eat, because I came back the next day, so I had breakfast to eat, so I was able to take it off while I was eating. And I was sitting on my own with a chair in front of me, so I was in my own little space.
Yeah. But it was nice to see their smiling faces again.
Yes.
It was really nice. But even they liked the science ones, the space ones.
I think it's a very easy project to teach children to do themselves.
Yes. So we had a little sewing club set up before the first lockdown. And unfortunately, because the children are now in bubbles, we haven't been able to do it again. Because all the children are at certain places around the school, so they can't all congregate together across bubbles. So I'm hoping maybe in September we can get that back up and running again, because they made, what did they make? Little makeup bags, little pencil cases, scrunchies, some of them even made pyjama bottoms.
So where have you got to now?
So I've finished my gather now, and I want to show you how effective that gather looks. So there is my bottom tier of my gather. Now it does look large, okay? So as I'm holding it up there, it does look large, but don't be worried, because it is a swishy skirt. I think of it as, I'm sure I had one like this, that sort of, and then I wore my little vest top with it when I was younger. Because you could even put another panel on if you wanted it to be maxi.
You could, exactly. Just do it again.
Yes. So this one then will fit into the yoke.
Brilliant. We're just showing the graphics here for the fabric, which is the one that you made earlier, that lovely blue fabric. So that's the graphics for that. And what did you need for that? How much?
The same amount again. I think it was actually, is it wider? I'm trying to think now.
We've done 2 metres we think you need for that one. In here what it says is if it's 150 wide you need 1.50 metres. I don't know, I don't just say 2 metres, that'd be easier, isn't it? So yeah, 2 metres. But as Adelle said, if you wanted to make it longer, you could add another ½ metre or so in and you could make it maxi if you wanted.
I've actually done that to other dresses as well that didn't have a ruffle on the bottom. There's a couple of, they called them buffet dresses, but I don't like them calling them buffet dresses. They're just nice summer dresses. And
a buffet dress, I believe, is because it's roomy and you can eat a lot in the buffet. I think that's quite a new term, and it's if you see them, they're always roomy.
Yes.
So, so you can eat on the buffet.
Yeah, so I've got one of those dresses and I put a ruffle on the bottom even though the pattern didn't say that, and I really love that ruffle on the bottom, and it does make me feel
now
like
you've shown us how to do that.
Yes.
So the next thing you would be doing would be adding the yoke.
So I just want to mention that the yoke does have a front and back. So don't just assume that it's the 2 same pieces, because there is a slight difference in the measurements. Even though these 2 pieces, they are the same for the front and the back, this does, and you do have interfacing on the inside of the yoke, because that will give it that stability that you were talking about over sort of the tummy area before the hips to go down. Definitely something. And then you can put in an invisible zip on this. So on the side there is an invisible zip. Now don't be frightened about zips if you're a beginner, because again, it's just taking your time. And what I learnt from my auntie actually, putting zips in, I hand baste them in first and then I zip them.
Okay.
Is that a good thing or not?
Well, it depends. Yes, a lot of people do hand baste their zips in first. I don't bother. But you can also use the prim glue stick. Does the same job, or double-sided quilter's tape to hold them in place. An invisible zip, you really should use an invisible zip foot.
Yes.
And then you get a perfect insertion. And it's the best one. It's the best one to do.
Yeah.
People always get frightened, but you can go on YouTube and you'll find loads of video clips. I've done 2 or 3 on putting invisible zips in.
I actually prefer invisible zips than exposed zips.
Absolutely.
Because they give a lovely feature, but also they're easier, like you say, because the foot actually holds the zip in place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not like you've got to shove it in.
Now, I need to say thank you to you, because we're coming up to the end of the day for Sewing Street today. Do you know when you're back, Adelle?
I'm at the end of August, so I think the 29th of August.
Okay. Oh, that's bank holiday weekend, isn't it?
I think it is, yes, yes.
Very good. Now, we're just going to quickly run through the patterns again. I'll just keep that for 1 second, Adelle. So, first of all, we've got the top that we made earlier. This is a Tillington top. So Tillington top, £15.50. And it's a great one for working in chiffon if you've never worked in chiffon. So you've got instructions on that in there. But you can, of course, use cottons or viscose or whatever, as Adelle has used. Then we have the other little top that we had, which we just showed behind Adelle, which has got that, it's got like a drawstring gathering at the top, which you put like almost like a belt through or a tie through, tie it on one shoulder. So that's a really nice little top, and lengthen it and you've got a nice little dress. And the patterns are always from 8 to 20, but do, before you decide which size to make, check the measurements for your size. And then finally we have the skirt pattern, which is such a perfect, this is a timeless classic skirt, it really is. You could have different colours for each of the tiers, you can have them all matching, you can do it in plains or printed, and then you can just put in a zip in the side seam there. Really lovely, again £15.50. Just look at the fabrics again. So the ½ metre, we've got the, this one. So we've got the navy here, which is this lovely, soft, very crumpled sample. Oh, you can't see the crumples, that's all right then. This is a Chalet Oxford Navy viscose. There's a viscose here, £7.99 for half a metre. So you need 2 metres for this, remember, so that's 4 units. We also have, this is the ocean blue, which has been used, and this is by the half metre. This is £7.99, and it's a lovely cotton. It's a nice soft weight. Chalice lawn again. But you can also get it by the bundle on the website if you want the bundle, which is 2 metres. We have the pink. This is by the half metre, is £7.99. Oh, there's no stock by the half metre. What about by the bundle? So bundle is available, and that is a 2 metre bundle for £29.99. We've only got 5 of those left. It's a very lovely soft pink. That would make the top as well as the skirt, in fact, wouldn't it? Then we have the blue, or it's a sort of minty green, really, spearmint green. So again, half metre, £7.99 per half metre. So for this skirt, you need 2 metres. For the top, you need 3. And we have got the bundle as well. So the bundle comes as a 2 metre piece. Is it 2 metres? Yeah, £29.99 for 2 metres. Now we have only got 5 of these available at the moment. And then we have the cream. This is more sort of the linen look cream, which is, it's £4.99 for half a metre. Obviously I've got the big piece here. £4.99 for half a metre. Very soft and nice. You've just seen how nicely it gathers. And then let's quickly do tomorrow's menu as we come up to the hour. 8 o'clock we've got Moda Fabrics. So it'll be lovely fabric, Moda Fabrics. And then we've got Dawn Taylor joining us to do a nursery rhyme mat. I think they're supposed to say rhyme. I think there's a letter missing there. 10 o'clock we've got panels and pre-cuts. Some of my favourites they are. I love panels and pre-cuts. And then we've got some storage cushions with Dawn at 11. And at 12, we're looking at some of the sewing machines that we have available, which is going to be really exciting. I just love a sewing machine. So that's it for today. I will join you tomorrow on Sewing Street. But meanwhile, we're moving over to Yarn Lane. And if you're watching, you could just go to yarnlane.com or on the website. If you're on Sky, stay with us. If you're on Freeview, stay with us. And we will see you back in just a few minutes.